Welcome, everyone, to day two and session one, Philanthropy Meets Climate Crisis. Post Hurricane Beryl, Carrefour Alliance has united with trusted partners to deliver critical relief and support long-term recovery efforts in the wake of the devastation. Hurricane Beryl caused unprecedented damage in several Caribbean nations, leaving families displaced, essential infrastructure destroyed, and countless individuals struggling to meet their basic needs. Carrefour Alliance recognizes the tireless efforts of our organizations who are providing immediate assistance to those most affected and our partners contributing to long-term rebuilding efforts. Today, our speakers represent institutions working across the region to foster resilience within our communities. Our discussion today will focus on innovative approaches to address the unique challenges faced by our Caribbean communities. And we'll hear from our speakers who will speak to their current strategies within the region to deliver effective disaster relief and recovery. And they will share with us their opportunities for collaboration across sectors to maximize our impact. And they will discuss the importance of long-term recovery and building resilience in the face of future disasters. And we will end our discussion on the importance of increased investment for disaster preparedness and climate mitigation initiatives. Our today's discussion will be led by Michelle Singh, who is also a board member of Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance, a passionate Caribbean scientist with extensive experience in post-disaster assessments. She is deeply committed to advancing regional food security, sovereignty, and the empowerment of Caribbean people. Her contributions within agriculture has been instrumental in helping food producers recover and resume production after natural disasters. She advocates for the Caribbean to value and utilize its local resources and emphasizes the importance of food sovereignty. Through her strategic climate smart advancements, she fosters collaborations in education, research, and entrepreneurship, and creatively applies novel technologies to strengthen resilience and creates meaningful impact across the region, the agricultural sector. She will also be joined by her co-moderator, Miss Lisa Juman. Lisa Juman functions as a consultant with expertise in agricultural business, value chain organization and optimization, international trade, innovation, and health tech. She has a strong background in economic research and project management, demonstrated through her work with food and agriculture. And she's also worked at the United Nations, where she's focused on value chain development, trade analysis, capacity building, and currently leads a health tech project at Future Barbados and serves on the board of several organizations. She has a master's degree in international trade policy, which contributes to her thought leadership. And so I thank you both for leading this session, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Althea, for that very warm introduction. So we will go straight into our panel discussions, and I'd like to welcome our esteemed panelists who are all movers and shakers in Caribbean climate actions. We would like to keep the sessions as brief as possible, and we may be interrupting you with some questions so we can have active discussions during your presentations and even after. So I will start off and we will queue up Lieutenant Colonel Kester Craig, who is the Deputy Executive Director of SEDIMA. He's a seasoned disaster risk management practitioner with over 26 years of military service and 16 years of experience working with community groups, government agencies, and NGOs across sectors like health, security, and the environment. He's a former Director General of Guyana's Natural Disaster Office, and has led efforts in disaster risk reduction and response throughout the region. He's contributed to academia as a lecturer at the University of Guyana, and his leadership and expertise in disaster risk management make him a key figure in addressing the climate crisis through philanthropic efforts and building community resilience. Lieutenant, I invite you to share your screen and start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. And I want to thank the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance for allowing me the opportunity to be part of this very important discussion today. I think it's very known that we live in a very complex hazard environment, and countries are impacted by multiple hazards daily. The one country is affected by several hazards, and these hazards cause significant economic, social, environmental impact on countries. And what we find happening is that this is not getting any better. It continues to increase, and we're seeing and experiencing this every day. And we also recently see this as a result of Hurricane Beryl. So the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, it's an agency of CARICOM, which was formed in 1991, primarily to provide preparedness and response and relief support to countries. But recognizing the need to promote and implement disaster risk reduction, disaster risk management, in 2009, the agency transitioned into the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency to embrace comprehensive disaster management. And the agency worked with our various partners and countries to first and foremost ensure that countries are able to reduce their risk to events, to provide coordinated relief supplies, to ensure that they have adequate mechanism for responding, and to provide information. The information that we provide information to the public through our database online. Whenever we activate it in a response operation, we provide information to our partners, including situation reports and information notes. We have a total of 20 participating states as outlined on this slide, and we are divided into 4 sub-regional focal points to really manage response operation, but also to coordinate disaster risk reduction activities. So we have our Northwestern sub-region, which is led by Jamaica. That's one of our participating states. And those are the countries on the left-hand side that are part of that sub-regional focal point. We also have the Eastern sub-region, which is led by Antigua and Barbuda, and the countries there are listed. We have the Barbados, which is the Central sub-region, and then we have Trinidad and Tobago, which is the Southern sub-region. So when I spoke earlier about comprehensive disaster management, when we talk about comprehensive disaster management, it's really the management of all hazards, man-made hazards, such as oil spill, fires, natural hazards such as earthquakes, hurricane, floods, droughts, but it's not an approach done by CDMO and disaster management agencies alone, but it's an all-people's approach taking into consideration the private sector, NGOs, organizations that are represented here today, civil society, and the general public. And it involves disaster risk reduction and management, taking into consideration the integration of vulnerability assessment, especially when we're looking at planning for sustained development. And it is not done in the preparedness and response phase, but significant emphasis is taken into consideration, looking at mitigation and prevention, recovery and mitigation. And so to really advance comprehensive disaster management, we have embraced and continue to implement what we call our comprehensive disaster management strategy. We are in our third iteration. This strategy now runs from 2014 to 2024. This is our final year of the strategy. But due to COVID-19 and other challenges, this strategy will now extend to 2029, bringing it in line with other international strategies that are available. So the main goal of our strategy is to really ensure in the Caribbean that we have safer, resilient, sustainable participating states. And we have 4 priority areas. One is on building institutional arrangements. The other is looking at how do we increase and sustain knowledge management and ensure decision-making at all levels are really risk-informed decision-making rather than haphazard decision-making. 3 is to improve integration of sectors. So we work with several sectors, including civil society, tourism, health, agriculture, and many other sectors, and how we integrate comprehensive disaster management in the sectors. And fourthly, as you will rightly know, is that the communities are firstly affected by emergencies and disasters, and therefore strengthening the community capacity and capability to respond to events, including early warning mechanism, developing training teams, teams for response teams, and ensure that you safeguard communities' livelihood is critical. And with all we do, it's done within 4 main cross-cutting teams, and that's gender, climate change, information and communication technology, and environmental sustainability. But we cannot get this done alone. So we have what is called the CDM Coordination Harmonization Council, and that is a multi-agency, multi-stakeholders, multi-donors participation and involvement in supporting comprehensive disaster management. And so you have the agriculture subcommittee, the civil society subcommittee, education, etc. And these subcommittees can value from your partnership, from your involvement, and we can have discussion later on how you can get involved in these subcommittees. As relates to response, we respond in using a very unique conceptual framework. And many organizations outside of the Caribbean region oftentimes approach us as relates to our model. And so we have a model that involves several agencies, all 20 of our participating states, and the countries in terms of having response personnel on standby to support us. So we have a governance mechanism that looks at the plans and the policies and the SOPs, but a critical aspect of the government mechanism is called the Caribbean Development Partners Group. And this is a group that meets prior to an event. It has probably over 500 participants, but we are now working on streamlining those participants into thematic groups. And so this is the entry point from where agencies represented here today can participate. Apart from that, in all 4 countries, all 4 subregions, we have what's called subregional warehouses where supplies are stockpiled prior to impact. And this is where we can have discussion on how, rather than waiting for an event to happen, how you can work with the countries to stockpile critical supplies to respond to the event. And we have a number of teams. The first one on the right is the CARICOM Disaster Relief Unit. And this unit is actually a unit with discipline service personnel that is on standby to support countries. You also have operations support teams, and these are all the various teams that respond to events. And so just to give you an example of how we operate in response to Hurricane Beryl, and this is for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, on the 28th of June, we actually activated what's called our regional coordination plan. And that's actually 2 days before the event. We've placed all the regional response team on standby, as outlined in the previous slide. And we had our first CDPG meeting, as I mentioned before. And the one day after the impact, we deployed our rapid needs assessment team. And that's a team that gives you a quick overview within 72 hours and provide a report to the country on the damages and losses that affected the country. This team is staffed by, this team was actually staffed by over 24 persons from probably 19 organizations. We also deployed our CARICOM emergency telecommunication team, and that team is a team which established communication with Starlink, with satellite phones, etc., to ensure that communication within the affected area. Then we deployed the CDRU team on the 3rd, the COST team on the 5th of July. Then there were special requests for debris management team specialists. And then we had support in terms of setting up medical hospital. And then we transitioned into early recovery because after a number of weeks, the country started trying to get back on their feet. And so at the top here, we have the various thematic groups that we work with: coordination, early recovery, education, food insecurity and livelihoods, health, logistics, chain supply, protection, shelter. And this is where are also entry points that agencies that are represented here today can participate. And so to conclude, I would say the key takeaway from Hurricane Beryl is that the regional response mechanism that I explained earlier works, but need resourcing. Currently, we receive financial resource for operation from our 20 participating states, but oftentimes the countries are a challenge to ensure they meet their contribution because of various economic situation within country. And so now we are developing what's called a multi-source trust fund with support from the World Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank. So any partner can support to invest in disaster risk reduction, in preparedness and response to support the country. I think one of the other lessons that we learned is that if we build resiliently, especially the houses, the infrastructure, we would definitely reduce losses and damages. And this is where I think philanthropic organizations need to probably channel their energy and not focus on responding, but how can you reduce the risks in countries and reduce damages. And finally, we believe that relief supplies that are sent to impacted countries should be coordinated through the regional response mechanism. And the reason why we often think that when a country is affected, they need supplies that we think that they need. But oftentimes they have priority lists that we should try to support because they're overwhelmed in managing haphazard support to supplies. So I think this is what I want to say now, and I'll be happy to answer any other question. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. That was a fantastic presentation. I don't know about anyone else, but I was so captivated that I forgot to time you. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that you said. You mentioned data collection and data management as one of your key areas of innovation. So could you tell us a little bit more about that in terms of what has that process been like? As we all know in the Caribbean, we constantly talk about having a data deficit regardless of what thematic area you work in. So what has that been like for you? And to what extent would you say that you guys are able to achieve grounded truth for the management of your inventory, for the actual disaster mapping in terms of the actual maps of the areas that you're going into, in terms of being able to utilize, let's say, satellite technology to see what the damage really is like for the areas that don't look anything like the existing maps? Could you talk to us a little bit about that?
All right, so thank you very much. Firstly, we work with the country directly. We have tools that we've developed. So we have community risk assessment tools. The latest one was developed in collaboration with the University of the West Indies, and those tools are applied in countries to gather the risk information. That information is then stored on a platform on our website. You can access it. It's called GeoCris. We're still working on developing the information. developing the platform, in terms of making the information available on the platform. As relates to satellite imagery, we work closely with our UN counterparts, the European Union, and just prior to event, when we activate the regional response mechanism, we will request satellite imagery and other technical support. And so it's really a collaborative approach in terms of data gathering and supporting. We work closely with NOAA, we work closely with the Pacific Disaster Center, and so we at CDIMA may not have all the expertise and all the technology, but what we are good with is collaborating with agencies to provide support to the affected countries.
Absolutely. So I guess that is going to take us into a nice segue on recovery. So you said something earlier, which is that our focus shouldn't be solely on recovery, but on prevention and mitigation. And I fully agree with you. And I know that that's definitely something that is near and dear to the ethos of CARIFIL, which is that prevention is better than cure. In terms of recovery, though, and to tie it in with Hurricane Beryl was a little bit unique, right? We saw a tropical storm jump to a Category 3 hurricane in less than 24 hours. So now it's not just a race against resources, it's also now a race against time. So how has that exacerbated your response frameworks? How has that essentially put stress on it? What do you need in order to create more, and I hate using this word, but more resilient frameworks, because these storms aren't going anywhere. They're getting progressively worse. So how is CDIMA really coping with that?
All right, I think we must focus first on building countries' resilience. It needs to start there. Country resilience, individual resilience. And that has to do with investment in the infrastructure, investment in the housing sector, investment in communities. And these investments must take into consideration the prevailing risks of countries and future risks, because what we see now is the storms are, as you mentioned, they're forming very quickly, they're intensifying rapidly, and the destruction and their projections in some instances are unpredictable. And so that is where we must start, and that's where investment must be directed, in building country resilience and building infrastructure within the country. Because we cannot stop the events, we have to prepare and anticipate them and have critical early warning system mechanism in place. As it relates to CDIMA, what we recognize is that when 2 or 3 countries are impacted at the same time, it significantly stretched our resources. And so, one, we have to build the capacity within countries in terms of their response personnel, the military, the other key agencies that are responding, so that they can first and foremost provide the necessary support in country. Secondly, we have to seek external support. So apart from the traditional organization that we work with, like the Red Cross, we have to now involve private sector agencies, more private sector agencies that falls under your platform. And we need to bring them in as support and have them incorporate within our regional disaster risk management framework.
Yeah, that's very, very, very true. And of course, now I have to put on my ESF 11 hat and say, yes, we want resilient housing, but we need resilient food systems and the ability to provide food, and not just donated food from territories outside of the region, but food that our people are accustomed to. Because I had the experience of working post-Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas, and it was quite traumatic for the people, but they wanted their peas and rice. They did not want spam or bread or those sorts of things. So I want to encourage us, and I know you have this on your plate, to build out that emergency function 11, which is really food and food security, which agriculture has a big part to play. Yeah. All right. So we need to move along. Thanks a lot, Lieutenant, Craig, I would like to allow now Ms. Duman to introduce our next speaker, who is a very, very near and dear friend of mine, but I'll let Lizelle do the needful.
No problem. It is a pleasure. So I am very excited to introduce Dr. Rosalia Hamilton. Professor Hamilton is a social scientist and advocate for sustainable development, focusing on the environment, economy, society, and governance. She served as vice president at the University of Technology in Jamaica and held the Scotiabank Chair in Entrepreneurship and Development title. Ms. Hamilton founded and led the MSME Alliance supporting small businesses and established the Institute of Law and Economics. Her expertise spans trade, governance, and agenda, having worked as a special advisor in Jamaica's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and chief advisor to the Prime Minister. Currently, she is the CEO of the Lasco Chin Foundation, chair of the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance, and director of the National Integrity Action, advocating for good governance and climate resilience in the Caribbean. She has also served as Sierra Leone's honorary consul to Jamaica. She was appointed in 2022, and we have the pleasure of hearing from her today.
Thank you very much. Just a little correction there. As I was on the board of the National Integrity Action. So that has changed recently.
Humbly
No
and
problem.
preferably corrected. Take it
Okay,
away,
quickly.
Dr.
So I'm going to just jump into my presentation here. We wanted to really respond to Hurricane Beryl and focus our attention on small businesses in communities because we think that, you know, they often get neglected, especially in that relief phase. So I think we all know about the tremendous impact of Hurricane Beryl. It hit Jamaica July 3rd, and the impact was devastating. Over 160 persons affected, nearly $30 million in damage, and 11 people are still in shelters. As of last night, I spoke to the shelter manager. So this was an opportunity for us to really highlight this idea we had of trying to deepen our support for micro and small businesses. We do a lot of entrepreneurship work in our foundation, and we thought that we would focus on the two parishes most severely hit and roll out a 3-phase program. In the first phase, we provided immediate rapid relief and did some assessments. And of course, we started by engaging our partners and providing these emergency care packages, and we did assessment and damage. Now, this is the partners we had. Many of them are long-standing partners, JWN Foundation, Sandals Foundation. We, Operation Save Jamaica, who introduced us to this amazing team of church members, the New Testament Church of God. And they really did a lot of work with us on the ground. And of course, all our other partners, including, of course, the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance. Now, in our emergency relief, within a week, we provided over 1,000 care packages affecting more than 4,000 people. And up to mid-September, we provided nearly 2,000 packages valuing about $45,700 US dollars. Now, the areas of Clarendon and St. Elizabeth were most severely hit. Those are the areas we focused on. Most of the packages went there. And one of the things that started this assessment was while we were on the ground with the care packages, one of the church members said, you know, we found out that there are several of these small shops that were damaged. And I said, do you have an idea how much? And I said, give me a day. Within a day, they were able to tell us that 68 businesses that they were able to see were badly damaged. And in fact, they were able to give us a list of those. When I asked, can you give us a list? They said, yes, they would. And we said, wow. And so we immediately did a questionnaire to get more information. During that period, July 14th to the 24th, and we extended it to the 30th, we were able to interview 61 of these businesses. And this was done by the church, the New Testament Church of God. We were so impressed. We were able to then capture that in a SurveyMonkey instrument. And we found out that there were about 48 of them from the data that was most in need of assistance. That number grew over time, but when we did our survey, we found they were mostly women. And we also found that what they really needed was stocks to resupply their business, and that was important because, of course, they're all shopkeepers, and of course, a grant and materials to rebuild. So it meant that we focused our attention on these top three areas, restocking supplies, mainly to the cook shops, the corner shops, women-owned businesses. We wanted to get those cook shops up and running so people could get food, and of course, to help to repair the damaged infrastructure and the financial assistance. So we're actually now in our phase 2, because we felt we were not just going to give them packages and leave, but really work with them to rebuild, to restore and rebuild their businesses. We quickly engaged additional partners, provided some support, did training and capacity building, and we're now doing our monitoring and evaluation. Our initial partners, we got a lot of help from Blink Sky Foundation, providing support for women in general who were affected, but we were able to help the women in business as well. We got a lot of support from our diaspora partners, and together we were able to provide 30 of the shops actual products for resale, cook shops. The women-owned businesses got some assistance. We provided tarpaulin and zinc and ply and so on, all valuing it about $13,700. Now, we started to do follow-up visits, and we were lucky that all of this happened when the emergency response specialists for GBV, i.e., the gender-based violence in emergency at UNFPA, was in Jamaica. Mary Oyella. And so Mary joined us in the visits. We were able to speak to some of the women business owners, and we also visited the residents at the Rocky Point shelter. 15 of them were still there in September. We also rolled out our training program in collaboration with the Institute of Law and Economics. They provided training for 24 young entrepreneurs, and also provided, very importantly, financial assistance with the partnership that the ILE has in collaboration with the Lascaux Foundation and the Trust for Americas. And 17 of the young entrepreneurs were able to get financial support, valuing approximately $8,000. We're in the process of getting that financing to them. And we're also trying to find more access to grants, interest-free loans. And we want, as a foundation, to set up an entrepreneurship fund that can respond to these disasters at the community level in a very rapid way. Monthly monitoring, the pictures on the right is interesting because that's the progression from July of a business that was totally devastated. Everything was on the ground. By August, blocks started going up. By October, when we visited, this is where he was. He literally was in tears when we were able to give him those supplies, the ply and so on. And so,
Rosie, excuse me. Do you
Sure.
have a photo of what it looked like prior? Was it just a wooden structure?
It was a wooden structure, absolutely, and we don't have a prior picture. We were hoping to get some in some cases, but that just gives you the visuals right after.
Yeah, but if I look at the rubble at the back, that's why I asked. It seems to be a
Yes,
wooden structure.
it was mainly a wooden structure, absolutely.
Right, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so we were able to include other MSMEs in this whole initiative. We got 67 of them that we were able to collect data and monitor their development. And we started that in September. And this is just some of the results that we've gotten so far. We found that nearly 60% of the MSEs were able to restart their business within 4 weeks. And we have about 22%, nearly 25% still not up and running up to the time when we surveyed them up to early October. And with respect to the assistance that they need now urgently, most of them want grants. Of course, financial assistance is important, but products to resell. And so there's a credit line that the company is now going to try to provide to help them to get those products. And of course, to rebuild the business with respect to, as you see in that picture, there's still a lot more materials that's necessary. So this is where we are now. We are just going to wrap up our phase 2 in a couple of months once we monitor. And our last phase is going to be the ongoing monitor in a very targeted way. So here we wanted to ensure that we target the businesses, being very specific with what they need, whether it's legal support, business support, marketing, any kind of financial assistance, whatever. That's where we're going to really wrap up this whole intervention. And my last slide is basically reminding us of an initiative that Wings spoke about yesterday. And this is the International Philanthropy Commitment on Climate Change. And in collaboration with Wings, the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance is going to work with Caribbean foundations and philanthropic organizations to really join this journey of very meaningful action on climate change. And I wanted to give you an idea based on what we've done in the Lascaux Chin Foundation. This is how we see our journey on this path. We're doing very well with respect to the commitment of resources. There's quite a bit of resources that we have done, not just in this initiative, but on similar kinds of initiatives to help businesses, as well as influencing and advocacy. So, we're making sure that this kind of initiative is out there, that we can encourage more foundations to do work like this and to get the kind of partnerships that really matter for these kinds of interventions. We're building momentum on education and on operations and transparency, and we're really just starting with respect to our endowment and assets as well as our integration. So that's pretty much what we've been doing. And, for those of us who are here and watching all of this, we love your collaboration and support on building this out and creating a kind of pilot and a template that others could follow across the region.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I don't know if there are any questions from the other panelists or participants, but I wanted to highlight and even ask a question to you, particularly when I interrupted you about the type of building, and it builds on what Lieutenant Kester Craig said about strengthening resilience in the structures themselves. And very often we find, and we see a lot of it, we see a lot of reaction to disaster based on the data you've collected. And I love your data collection. I love your disaggregation of the data. Are you seeing a particular type of structure being affected? And is there any moves to be proactive in educating other SMEs on the risks involved with their current structures and building some type of resilience to prevent such damage going forward?
Well, I think, as you can see, and it was a good interruption, because that point about the vulnerability of these wooden buildings, obviously, many of them were just flattened, right? It really boils down to money. It really boils down to the capacity to put up, structures. There's also the issue of land and access to land, because many of them are temporary and wooden because they don't own the land they're on. And, they can move at any point. And so what we were impressed with and what we encouraged was rebuilding better. And so in this instance, you could see the efforts to put bricks down and a more solid foundation. One of the things we want to do is to partner with organizations that are doing things like solar and other kinds of initiatives that we can encourage some of the small businesses to do. So again, with help in terms of the financial capacity to offset some of that kind of resilience building initiatives like,
Yes.
Solda and other things, we do need that partnership and that help. And so one of the things that we really want to try to get that fund going, because those are things that can help with the prevention and the mitigation upfront before the actual event.
I see Colonel Craig has his hand up. I'll let him ask his question, and I want to come back to you.
It's not a question, but a statement. If I can make a statement in keeping with the discussion. What I want the audience to know is that in collaboration with CrossQ, we have developed a Caribbean code of practice. This practice gives you direction on how you should construct your buildings to withstand Category 5 hurricane and magnitude 7 earthquakes. The data and the code is available online. We also have a home user guide to guide the implementation of the code of practice. And what these experts, the engineers would have recognized, that really to build your homes to withstand the Category 5 hurricane and the magnitude 7 earthquake, it only will cost you approximately 10% more of your estimate. And that's the allowance that you have there when you're going to the bank for loans. So I would encourage partners to check on our website, the CDMO website, and get information on the code of practice. And more importantly, every owner should know how their homes are built, because they're given the contractor give them all rights to construct, but then they don't know what is the right thing. So if they have the guide, they would know how to construct properly.
Very good point.
Yeah, thanks. Rosie, thanks, Lieutenant Craig. I just want to highlight and get your take. I appreciate and I love your reaching out to the diaspora. And it brings me to my question, what do you see the role of Caraphil and philanthropy in working with governments towards disaster relief management?
There's a lot of potential there. I think one of the things that I found when I engaged the diaspora is there's still a lot of distrust of government. And I think that a lot of that has to do with the fact that our governments in the region are highly centralized. And in that context, in terms of responding to disasters on the ground, in communities, in homes, it's much too aggregative. It's very difficult to get to individuals. And therefore, there is the perception and perhaps the reality that there's theft and there's corruption and so on. And so the assistant doesn't get to the individuals that need it most. And in our reach out, we've picked that up as well. We've heard people in the affected community saying, they're not seeing, the state agencies, they're not seeing, or if they see them, they don't get help. They come and they collect data. That's something we found. Everybody's collecting data, but nobody's helping us. We need help, And so one of the reasons we worked closely with the churches is because they live in the community, they know the individuals, and they were able to point us to the people who are most in need. And so I think that the potential, what is also good with the diaspora is one in particular came from those affected communities. And, she said, listen, I'll do anything for my community. So just let me know what you need. And she was saying, she was confident that we were able to get it to the people who need it most. And in some cases, they told us which individuals to give it. They said, give it to this person, give it to Sister D, and so on, because they know that these are the people affected. So there's a lot of room for collaboration. We have to break down the distrust. And I think a lot of that can happen if we have more decentralized mechanisms in communities, not only to respond, but to prepare for disasters.
Yeah, and I think that's where the Alliance can come in as a trusted navigator, so that, as discussed yesterday, our leadership in this space can help those most vulnerable and help lead that trust-based philanthropy that we speak about. Yeah.
And I'll just add a quick point on that, because there are Caribbean diaspora organizations as well, and they don't have necessarily the particular links to any particular Caribbean country. And I got responses from that as well, from some of them, and we were able to point them to the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance and say, hey, we can get it to that particular country for you.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Juman?
Yeah, so I actually kind of see a really nice synergy here. I see where we have SEDIMA working really hard to close that data gap. I see where we have the Lasco Chin Foundation doing some fantastic work with closing a resource gap. And I think if you put your heads together, just a quick suggestion, it can really make a difference in moving the needle on the risk mitigation work. And how do we develop innovative financial products? Because like Lieutenant Colonel said, it's 10% difference to make your structure resistant to a Category 5 hurricane. But as we talk about vulnerable people, it's important to note that that also means that that 10% to them is not just 10%, because even to get to the first 100% was difficult. So to get that extra 10 is difficult as well. So how do we then go to places like banks, etc., and create products that allow maybe lending mechanisms at favorable rates, specifically for hurricane preparedness, that goes beyond just boarding your windows, but hurricane preparedness from the beginning of the structure? How do we create financial products like that is backed by data, backed by science? And I think based on the data sets that you would both have, I think we might have something to cook with here.
I agree. There's a lot of potential. I'll just say that, Carphil, in response to Hurricane Beryl, did collaborate with SEDIMA just in getting information and sharing information of what was happening. So with respect to financial products, I think you're absolutely right. We want to urge financial institutions to do more in this space, but I think we have to recognize that as commercial entities, they'll only go so far. And so the partnership with philanthropy is key. And there's a lot of work now being done to kind of unlock the kind of philanthropic flows that exist in other countries, US, Europe, and other places where, climate finance exists. And to design mechanisms that can be more effective for people in the communities in small states like the Caribbean. And there's a lot of work to be done there, and there's an important role for philanthropy in partnering with larger philanthropic organizations, providing the kind of impact financing that's possible, and just being willing to take some risks involved in that kind of intervention. So we are involved in some of that work and talking to partners who want to provide funds in innovative ways and are willing to explore how we can move from large sums of funding in, held in ways that give us some kind of flexibility to reach the people that need it most.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, guys, we need to move on a little bit, and that is going to be that financial aspect is going to be touched on by Shalini. But I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Mr. Oliver Prophet. He has contributed to the International Organization for Migration, the Guyana and Caribbean Coordination Office National Project Officer. He has worked on climate-induced migration and displacement in the Caribbean, and he has extensive experience in other migration-related subjects, primarily in counter-trafficking in persons, the protection of vulnerable migrants, and the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Mr. Prophet, I'd like to invite you to share your screen and make your presentation, bearing in mind the time limits that we do have.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for the opportunity for myself and for IOM, most more importantly, to be a part of this this great forum. So as was mentioned, my name is Oliver Prophet, and it's a pleasure to present with you today on some of our work, but also on the subject of climate-induced migration and displacement. Okay. Okay, so you're sharing for me. Thank you very much. All right, so climate-induced migration. On our second slide, we'll see there a definition. So this is pretty comprehensive, but of course, it makes us think about a few things. When we look at the definition, we wonder, is climate-induced migration, is it always forced? Is it voluntary? Could it be voluntary, sorry? Is it always temporary? It could be permanent? Is it happening within the borders or outside the borders? So with regard to that first question about forced or voluntary, we see that while it may be forced at times, it can also be voluntary. And when it comes to the permanent or temporary, it can be both. And when it comes to within borders or outside of borders, that as well, it can both things can occur in different circumstances. But when we talk about climate-induced displacement, this is more focused on a forced removal of a person from their home or their home country. And this still, though, can be temporary or permanent, or within a country, or across borders. So sometimes we think about movement due to climate events, and you might say, well, this has to be a bad thing. Well, is it? Well, it depends. So mobility, of course, you can expose persons to threats. It can make persons set up to do certain things, but there are also some potential. There is also some potential for some improvements. It can save lives. Movement can save lives. It can improve resilience. It can minimize risk when it is planned, when it is well managed. And as mentioned by Dr. Michelle, the Global Compact on Migration, it really promotes well-managed migration. So if it's well-managed, then the outcomes are less likely to be fully overcome by a risk or vulnerabilities. So migration governance is important to avoid those. Okay, so looking at the next slide, we look at a bit of a diagram there, and it talks about disasters and displacement and what kind of encompasses it. And we might ask ourselves, does environmental hazard, natural hazard, does it have a direct relationship or influence, or is it a direct cause of displacement? Well, according to this diagram, we see there have to be other things that are there. There has to be exposure, and there has to be some level of vulnerability. So these, some combination of these need to be present for us to have or increased risk of disaster and of displacement. So that means we have to manage all of these different things, and it may call for some analysis. Of course, in small island development states, like most of us here in the Caribbean, are we exposed to certain adverse effects from multiple shocks? Of course, we heard discussion on hurricanes. If there is heavy rainfall, there's flooding, and so on, and stresses, of course, like sea level rise, erosion. So with these things being present, we have to examine exposure and vulnerability before we just try to make that direct connection between the hazard and the actual displacement that may happen. Now, looking at the next slide on vulnerability, we see that it may be necessary to analyze multiple levels, because as an individual, I can be vulnerable for particular reasons that have to do with me as an individual. But then at the family level, I might have other vulnerabilities. At the community level, there may be specific vulnerabilities. We're located on the coast, and so are we near to the Atlantic Ocean. And as a country, there may be specific vulnerabilities. We just saw, we can think about as a region as well, what we know is typical of our region. So with all of those levels being analyzed, and actually, even though we're talking about climate change, that's a part of IOM's protection approach. Those information from that helps us now to try to effect a response. And One of the tools that IOM uses is called a displacement tracking matrix, which can do analyses, and I guess mention that down the line very soon as well, a bit more with regard to Hurricane Beryl. But this next slide here talks about, looks or shows us another diagram. We see in a circle, it has migration, displacement, planned relocation. So some of the necessary movements might be a planned relocation, which is a planned process in which persons or groups of persons are assisted to move from their homes or place of residence and settle in a new location, but also provided with the conditions for rebuilding their lives. So hence the word planned, and of course, when this is done well, this is part of well-managed migration. So of course, to do this, we also have to consider vulnerabilities, I mentioned earlier. Something which is also important to mention, though, is that thing outside the circle, immobility. So even though we're called IOM, the International Organization for Migration, we also recognize the importance of focusing on those who cannot move for whatever reason. Some persons can't even move to a place that is near to them. So they might be called trapped population, not having the resources to move. So we need to understand all of these forms of movements in order to really foster population resilience in areas of origin, transit, and destination. So even though most of these impacts sometimes seem negative, there are opportunities. So one opportunity is climate-induced migration as an adaptation strategy. So if we have a slow onset event or we have something that's seasonal, maybe a family member can decide to move during that season to be involved in some form of employment, maybe in a location that is more conducive to that form of employment or work in that time of the year, and they can either send remittances back to their family, or they can come back home with whatever they've earned in that period. So that person wasn't forced to move. That person decided to make use of the climatic differences in different areas to earn for his or her family. So that's an opportunity that someone can see, even though the climate changes. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily the movement that happens is necessarily negative. Looking down at the filling skill gaps in some areas and countries, there's a nice example of labor migration for relief work. So, of course, sometimes we talk about rebuilding, and so that has to happen. Our previous presenters mentioned that. So they can be labor migration for that relief work. And there was the case in Dominica with Hurricane Maria, when IOM worked with Habitat for Humanity on response efforts to rebuild homes. And in that case, 40 contractors came in, and some of them actually stayed on and started businesses, and that helped, of course, the economy. So there are some positives that came out of that, even though, of course, it was a result of a very, very negative occurrence. So moving on, just to briefly mention IOM's kind of approach on this whole thing. We're guided by institutional strategy on migration, environment, and climate change. It's a 10-year strategy. And 3 objectives that really focus on is, first, managing migration or developing solutions for persons to be able to move. So we could support with what we mentioned before, evacuations, planned relocations as a last resort, but also we can leverage that potential for climate change adaptation and movement, and promote also diasporas or migrants to kind of contribute, whether financially or physically, to resilience building or climate action. Then the second objective there is to focusing on developing solutions for persons on the move. That's where the DTM can come in, the analysis, monitoring movements, collecting and disseminating data, which can then be followed by informed interventions by us or by others, by partners, based on the vulnerabilities that were identified. And also coordinating emergency shelters, having food distributions. These things come under this objective. And lastly, the one on developing solutions for persons on the move. So once again, the displacement tracking matrix comes in, but also rebuilding homes, schools, key businesses, emergency shelters, and also, as mentioned by one of the presenters, rebuilding them in a way that makes them more resilient to future hazards, and also makes them accessible to those who have disabilities. Of course, Carrieful Alliance is very well familiar with planting trees, so that's another one of those things that could be done to combat coastal erosion, which will fall under this objective. So looking at Hurricane Beryl just briefly, and before we come to a close, what IOM would have done here, well, some of what was done, and in support of other agencies, under the leadership of other agencies in some circumstances, and with funding from the U.S. Department of State. There was damage assessment done in St. Vincent and Grenadines and Grenada. There was a rapid needs assessment done in both countries. There were interviews done with persons from shelters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And then in Jamaica, there was direct assistance supporting other efforts that were being done there. And the support is to the effect of working with partners to rebuild 1,500 homes and to reconstruct a few shelters also. So in those interviews, we got an idea as well as of what is needed in, for instance, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which of course will better inform our actions and actions of partners and actions that we do collaboratively. So that's what we wanted to share with you. Hope that you found it useful. Of course, we are willing to support your work, to work with others in the space. We are definitely all guided by what the governments are doing. So we're kind of trying to support governments on the national level. On the regional level, a lot of times we are guided by SEDIMA's work or taking, following their lead. And many of the things that we do on disaster risk management or response, and also on our migration, environment, and climate change program. So we look forward to continue to work with all these partners, all of you, migrants included, host communities included, and our UN partners, of course, to make strides in promoting well-managed migration for to promote the benefits of well-managed migration and related to climate change, but also to mitigate the risks and vulnerabilities that come from the forced movements associated with climate change and its impacts. Thank you for your time.
All right, Oliver, that was very interesting. I do want to ask a bit about what your experience has been like with the Caribbean. I know you mentioned Dominica. I know there was some migration work with St. Vincent as well, particularly in terms of migration policies. Has there been challenges with that? Do you see any opportunities for improving our migration policies in terms of a dedicated climate displacement migration policy?
Yeah, certainly there's room for improvement, but there also are things that are in place that allow for many of these actions to happen. Now, under the project that I'm supporting right now, there is going to be a program that is being developed right now, a training program, which many governments and partners, some of which are in the room, have contributed to, which will help to have a comprehensive training program that's going to be online, that's going to be focused on policymakers, but can be taken by anyone basically who's interested. That should help to give some clues as to what things can be, I guess, worked on for policy improvement. But in terms, let's for instance talk about the labor, the movement or labor migration for relief work. We have, of course, the CSME arrangement. There's also the arrangement of the Eastern Caribbean. And those arrangements actually allowed for that kind of thing to happen, the labor migration for relief work. So there wasn't a need for, the OECS, for instance, allows you, the agreement there allows you to move across the Eastern Caribbean states to work.
Right.
The CSME allowed for not having to get work permits for persons to come from Guyana and Trinidad to go to Dominica to do this work. So some things that are in place might not necessarily be in place specifically for climate change reasons, but you still have there are still things there that allow for this kind of work to be done and for like well-managed migration to be promoted. However, of course, where possible, where it can be included to have climate change specific whether it's clauses or measures to be included, we would always promote that because it makes sure that we don't have any gray areas. It allows for to deal with the specifics that are needed at a particular time. And of course, from all the work that is being done, data that we're producing from the DTMs, the tracking matrix, the data from CDMA and so on. The data there that would guide the policy improvements that need to be made.
Okay, thank you for that. Before I jump into my next question, if there are any questions from the audience, from other panelists, please feel free to either pop them in the chat, or if you're a panelist, you can raise your hand. My next question for you, though, Oliver, is I have a question about the, I guess, stakeholders when it comes to the discussion around migration. So I noticed that a lot of the policies and a lot of the initiatives that generally come out of the IOM, but also in terms of climate migration, they focus very heavily on the migrants themselves. Myself being Trinidadian, you know, we had the massive Venezuelan migration. And what I did observe was that there weren't necessarily a lot of policies that spoke about the receiving communities and how to really bolster that interaction so that you don't have receiving communities that feel in turn displaced. And we had a lot of friction for that experience. So I'm wondering, what are the lessons that we would have learned from mass migration in the region, and how are we implementing that into the policies when it comes to climate migration? Sorry, you're on me.
That's not it, sorry. Yeah, that's a very important point that you raised there. And of course, like I mentioned in the presentation about being IOM, sometimes it is assumed that we are focusing primarily or only on migrants. But if you look at our IOM's mandate, the focus is well-managed migration benefits migrants and society. So, so there is a focus there, not only on those who are moving, but also those who are not able to move. So, for instance, we mentioned trap populations. So we want persons to be able to have the freedom to move. Mm-hmm. So we also want to focus on helping them, equipping them with having a choice to migrate. So it's not necessarily that somebody has already migrated and they're the only ones that is focused on, but no, we want to make sure that persons who are in a difficult situation can decide that they can migrate. And there also are, we focus, like for instance, the Global Compact on Safe, Regular, and Orderly Migration. The second objective of 23 is on adverse drivers. So adverse drivers it would include what we're talking about here, these things, the climate change, events and stresses and so on that could cause migration. So in trying to do a DTM, a displacement tracking matrix study, of course, this can help to respond to a current event or event that's happening and needs disaster response. But the lessons learned can also help to prevent or reduce some of the risks and vulnerabilities that might create events in the future. So that prevention is basically, or that prevention work is done for the benefit of those persons who may not want to move, so that they don't necessarily have to move or not as vulnerable to moving. So that's, I mean, the rebuilding work and so on is part of that. Any work to do with preventing coastal erosion, making sure persons have access to being able to apply their trade near where they are, coral reef preservation, any kind of work like that is to benefit those who are in place so that they can stay in place if they want to stay in place. If they want to move, that's also fine.
Okay, so my last question for you. If you could submit one wish to the philanthropic community of the Caribbean for the next hurricane season, what would it be? What would you like them to do? What do you want to see?
Oh, well, I mean, we're talking about hurricane season. So whatever is possible in terms of prevention. One thing I would like to see is, I know a previous presenter talked about sometimes there's a lot of data, but where is the work? So basically more of what we're doing here. I would suggest that, knowledge of who's on the ground, like I just received, recently we received a request for some contacts to have a base of individuals that we can work together with. Sometimes, we have the resources, we have the ideas, but we don't know who to work with, to collaborate with. Of course, I think we know that there's CDMA there, and the CDMA does a good job of being bringing people together. But wherever, if we can have something that's very, very much planned in terms of the collaboration and making the best use of the strengths of the experiences of all the players that are in a region, regardless of whether they're policymakers, whether they're in civil society, whether they're in the UN, multilateral organizations, just so that if there is it shouldn't be at the time of the hurricane where we're trying to now see who's who and what's what, but before the season, whatever can be done to bolster the already existing networks that are there.
Yeah.
That would be the best case scenario for me.
All right, I love that. So thank you so much, Mr. Oliver Prophet, on behalf of IOM. Thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, and we are going to segue into our next speaker, which is Dr. Elizabeth Emmanuel. So, Elizabeth Emmanuel is an international development expert with over 25 years of experience, primarily working with small island and coastal states. She has spent the last 15 years as the lead consultant for CCRIF, also known as CRIF, helping Caribbean and Central American stakeholders understand disaster risk financing and parametric insurance, crucial for protecting economies against natural disasters. Emmanuel has led projects aimed at building climate resilience through the CRIF Technical Assistance Program and developed public policies across the Caribbean in disaster risk management and energy. She also played a central role in developing a disaster risk financing course, which is now offered at UWI and works with various international organizations, including the UNDP, FAO, and the World Bank. Please welcome Dr. Elizabeth Emmanuel. We are having a quick glitch. Dr. Emmanuel.
Good morning, everyone.
There we go.
I am not able to share my video, so if you can, I think the host has stopped it. So if you can go ahead and do that, I will share my screen in the meantime. Can I go ahead?
Absolutely.
Right. So I don't think I can share my my video, but I don't know. All right. Good morning, everyone. Just one thing. I'm not Dr. Emmanuel. I think I sent that. I am just Elizabeth Emmanuel. So my presentation today will focus a bit on CRIF, what we do, and disaster risk financing in general, disaster risk financing, and one of the tools of disaster risk financing, which is parametric insurance. So first and foremost, what is CRIF? And I know that certainly if you've never heard about CRIF before, during Hurricane Beryl, there was a lot of discussion about CRIF, you would have heard words like payouts and how much payouts were, the value of payouts to countries like Jamaica and Grenada. So what exactly is CRIF? And in one sentence, we are the Caribbean and Central America Parametric Insurance Facility and Development Insurer. And I'll explain that in a bit. Now, when we think of CRIF or the origins of CRIF, I'd like to take us back 20 years ago to Hurricane Ivan. So the establishment of CRIF was prompted by Hurricane Ivan, which caused billions of dollars of losses in the Caribbean. In fact, Grenada suffered losses of 200% of its 2003 GDP. What happened after Ivan was that CARICOM heads of governments came together to sort of try to determine if there was a way in which they could access quick liquidity following a natural disaster without burdening themselves with additional loans, or what we would refer to in a disaster-related situation as debt relief. Debt relief is not a grant, it is actually a loan that adds to existing debt stock. So the CARICOM heads of government approached the World Bank shortly after Ivan. In fact, right after Ivan, was the World Bank annual meetings, and at the World Bank annual meetings, they approached the president of the World Bank to find out if they could get support to look into a mechanism that would provide quick liquidity following a natural disaster. And though that research came up with a tool called parametric insurance to be provided to the Caribbean through a risk pool. So this led to the birth of CRIF, which is the world's first multi-country, multi-peril risk pool based on parametric insurance. Today, there are 3 other risk pools in the world focused on parametric insurance that have been adopted or adapted from the CRIF concept. So one of the things I want to point out is that CRIF was designed to provide quick liquidity. It was not designed to cover all the losses on the ground, but it was designed to ensure that governments have, at the time of a disaster, a certain amount of money that they could begin recovery efforts with. So it does not necessarily focus on long-term reconstruction and redevelopment. So as I said before, we are the world's first multi-country, multi-peril risk pool based on parametric insurance. We're the leading provider of parametric catastrophe insurance for Caribbean and Central American governments, Caribbean electric utilities for transmission and distribution, and currently for water utility companies. We are able to insure the uninsurable. So for example, electric utility companies, overhead transmission and distribution, access to insurance for that is almost non-existent, and where there may be cover, it is extremely prohibitive. We're able to provide quick liquidity, helping members to recover faster, reduce budget volatility. We're key to closing what is referred to as the liquidity gap. It's that resource need that governments have following a natural disaster. We're also key to closing what is referred to as the protection gap, which really focuses on the amount of losses that are actually insured. And we know in the Caribbean and Central America, our insurance penetration rates are extremely low. We are responsive to the multi-hazard environment in which the Caribbean exists. So we have been providing access to liquidity, quick liquidity, within 14 days of an event for the last 17 years. We're actually a very young organization. You can refer to us, we probably just in our teen years, basically. We have 30 members. Members purchase on average about $1.2 billion in coverage from us per year as a risk pool. And because we operate as a development insurance company, as I said earlier, we have to operate, we have to make profit because we are an insurance company. So we have to be financially sustainable. But after we've paid all our bills, we take our profits and funnel it back into our member governments, either through reducing their premiums or through various programs that we have on the ground to build resilience in communities with regional organizations. So for example, we have MOUs with a range of organizations in which we provide various levels of support, either for programming or to spread the word around comprehensive disaster risk management. To date, we have made 75 payouts, totaling only $358.5 million, but this has actually all of our member governments express I mean, they're quite pleased to get that payout within 14 days to begin their recovery efforts. We provide 6 parametric insurance products. When we first opened our doors in 2007, we had 16 members. Today we have 30. We started with 2 products for tropical cyclone and earthquake. Today we have 6 products and several more in development. We have products for tropical cyclone, earthquake, excess rainfall, for the electric and water utility sector. And we also have a product for the fishery sector, which really supports fisher folk following a natural disaster event that we have seen, for example, during Beryl. We are no longer called Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, but we're called CRIF SPC. We are a segregated portfolio company, which allows us to be able to segregate or have different portfolios for different risks, different regions. So we disaggregate the risk. So no region is paying for another region's risk or sector paying for another sector's risk. And then what we do is that we're able to take a complete package. We are able to combine our coverages, what countries want, and take a combined package to the reinsurance market, which has allowed us to actually provide insurance to our members at 35 to 50% less than what they will normally get. Because we operate as a development insurance company, we have gotten a lot, the reinsurers, so when you have insurance, you have to buy reinsurance. The reinsurance have a lot of appetite to give capacity to CRIF. So in fact, this year, where most insurance companies, when you think about your home insurance has gone up, or there is limited capacity for that, we were given the full capacity we needed at reduced costs because we operate as a development insurance company and because we are a risk pool. We continue to provide, increasing coverage, so about 1.2 million, and that is going up each year. We continue to improve our models because we have bespoke models that underpin the products that we sell, and we have a well-developed technical assistance program, Akinta Foundation, which is designed to build resilience in communities, build capacity of our stakeholders to advance sustainable development of our region. And this is what also makes us a true development insurer. So when we think of comprehensive disaster risk management, we want you to think of CRIF as that pillar related to financial protection, right? So as SEDIMA, for example, will focus on identification, reduction, preparedness, etc. CRIF's focus is on that pillar of financial protection. And just very briefly, I'll define what parametric insurance is. It covers the probability of an event happening instead of going underground to indemnify losses after an event. We insure policyholders against the occurrence of an event by paying a set amount based on the magnitude of the event as opposed to the magnitude of losses. Now, our models will actually indicate what the magnitude of the losses are based on the model. And what we do is once countries have put out their damage and loss assessments, or we have actual figures from the losses on the ground, we compare that to our model losses to see how close we were, how far off we were, is there convergence. We make a payout based upon a triggering event. So our payouts are detached from a specific underlying physical assets. Payouts are made based on the intensity of an event. For example, hurricane wind speed, earthquake intensity, volume of rainfall, and that is based on the loss calculated in a pre-agreed model before the event. In very simple terms, you're saying if we have a Cat 1 hurricane as a country, we're going to retain that risk. We're not going to transfer that risk to CRIF. But anything Cat 3 and above, we're going to transfer to CRIF. And this is what we can afford at this time. So this is the amount of coverage that we will take. And this will give you the difference between what one country may get as a payout and another. It's based on the amount of risk they cede or they transfer to CRIF and what basically and the impact of that natural hazard on their island. So did it pass close to that country, or was it a direct hit? And based on that, based on what you purchased, this is how your payouts will be calculated. We can make payouts of up to 150 million per peril per country. Countries, of course, because of fiscal constraints, are purchasing way less than that. So as I mentioned before, we are between where we are positioned between short-term emergency assistance that will come in emergency response and long-term reconstruction and redevelopment. We fill what is referred to as the liquidity gap. Since 2007, we have made 75 payouts to members totaling over 358.5 million. During Beryl, we made 10 payouts to 3 countries plus 2 utility companies, as well as a tourist attraction. So the government of Grenada, for example, would have gotten about $44 million because they were covered under tropical cyclone, excess rainfall, and our coast product, which is for fishery sector, right? So they would have gotten about 44 million, but in total, they would have gotten more, the country as a whole would have gotten more than 55 million because their electric utility was triggered for 9.3 million, as well as their water utility for 2.2 million. Interestingly, Grenada would have purchased, since this is Grenada's first set of payouts since it joined CRIF, and their coverage over the years was, their total coverage, I believe, was about $17 million, right? But when they needed it most, they got a payout of over $45 million. All right. So sometimes people say, should I purchase insurance? But you can't think about it that way. And I like to say, when we think about parametric insurance, think about health insurance. You would rather have the health insurance and not have to use it for chemotherapy treatment. You'd rather be able, you get a flu here and there and you deal with it and you go to the pharmacy, or you have a simple illness that requires antibiotics. So look at, we tend to say to our members, look at insurance in that way. You don't want to pay out every year because the truth is you don't want to have catastrophe related events, right? You don't want to have that every single year. You don't want to have catastrophes. This is insurance for catastrophes. It's not insurance for simple rain or minor flooding that as a country you can retain that risk, or you can look at ways in which you can engage in disaster risk mitigation activities, etc., to reduce that risk. We're also a key component in shock responsive social protection because insurance can be used. Oh, sorry, I want to make one more point up here. I want to speak to the use of payouts. 62% of payouts have been used for immediate needs by governments, whether it's to provide temporary housing, water, food, etc. We do have examples where payouts have been used for long-term infrastructure. So following, for example, Hurricane Irma that affected the Turks and Caicos Islands, many of their schools were devastated. Their payout of about $14 million went to the reconstruction of their schools to build back better. And that's an important notion following payouts from parametric insurance. You can use those payouts to build back better. It's not about just building back faster, because you do not want the next event to come and the same reality to take place. Some has been allocated to the national budget, risk mitigation activities, as well as economic sectors. So following Tropical Cyclone Matthew.
Sorry, Ms. Emmanuel, we are a little bit over time. Sorry to interrupt. So I just wanted to know if you wanted to maybe skip to your key points. And that way we can hop into the next presentation. I'm so sorry, but we are over time.
All right, I'd just like to say that it can be used for shock responsive social protection as well. So we work closely with WFP which provides our governments with a small amount of top-up on their premium, and that top-up translates itself, if there is a payout, into a certain amount of money. So for example, if the World Food Program were to give a country $100,000 in a top-up of their premium, of their existing premium, it means that if that policy were triggered fully, they may get as much as $1 million as a result of that. And our work with the World Food Program showed that following Beryl in Grenada and Jamaica, both countries received payouts of over, in the case of Grenada, an additional 4.5 million US dollars for social protection programs to specifically help the most vulnerable, as well as, in the case of Jamaica, a total of 768,000 Jamaican dollars. So I think I'll end here. And
all right, so thank you so much. Your presentation had a lot of stats that I think several of us would love to go through in detail. And I don't know if that'll be available via Carrie-Phil. We are going to skip questions for this segment. We encourage everyone to put their questions in the chat and you'll get a response there, or to reach out to Ms. Emmanuel directly with any points of interest or opportunities for collaboration. Up next, we're going to have our next presenter, and we also have to beg for 30 more minutes, sorry. So participants, if you could just spare maybe 20 to 30 minutes for our next 2 or 3 presenters. They'll be quite quick, but with some salient points. Up next is Ms. Shalini Kedo. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. She's a seasoned banker and public administrator with extensive experience in development, finance, and policy. She holds 2 master's degrees in public administration, specializing in e-governance and organization and management. She also has a bachelor's in business informatics with over a decade of leadership experience. She currently serves as the Chief Commercial Officer at Suriname National Development Bank Limited, overseeing corporate credits, business loans, risk, and compliance. So we welcome to the stage Ms. Shalini.
Thank you very much, Ms. Juman. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me today. And I promise you to be very brief with my presentation, looking at the time. Before I dive into more detail on the role of the financial sector when it comes to disaster responses, I'd like to dive into what the NOB, the Suriname National Development Bank, actually is. Moving to the next slide, you can see that the NOB is the only development bank. The slide after this one, yes, please. The only development bank in Suriname. We have been established since 1963. So whereas Ms. Emmanuel's organization is still in its teens, R has reached the age of retirement, but there is so much work that needs to be done. We are not even thinking about retiring. We are 100% state-owned, with the Ministry of Finance being our representative from the government side, and we have extensive experience in managing funds and doing gap filling, taking risks where commercial banks are not willing to take the risks. If we move towards our next slide, I would like to dive into some points about Suriname. We are one of the 4 carbon negative countries in the world, with 90% of our country still being the Amazon rainforest. Most of our inhabitants are on the coastal area of the country, bordering to the Atlantic Ocean, which of course has its own challenges. A lot of our indigenous and maroon communities live in the interior, where we have challenges with climate change issues as well. Suriname has around 600,000 inhabitants in total. Next slide, please. Yes. So when we look at our climate, we are at the moment outside of the hurricane zone, but it does not mean that we do not feel the aftermaths of the hurricane season, the effects of El Nino, and of course the intertropical conversion zone. We have a lot of heavy rainfalls, which results into flooding, strong winds, and of course saltwater intrusions. As I mentioned just now, a lot of our inhabitants are in the coastal area. And considering the fact that you have saltwater intrusion due to the rising sea levels, it's quite an issue we are facing at the moment. Next slide, please. These are some images of issues we have had as a country when it comes to extensive flooding, crops of persons who have been lost, a lot of entrepreneurs who are in the tourism sector facing damages in their businesses, and of course many villages being the having the effects of all the flooding and the disasters. Next slide, please. Yes. Just now we had one of our colleagues speak about citizen displacements and what the effects are, of course. We have citizen displacements when it comes to flooding, but of course we have issues where there are citizens who do not want to get displaced. They choose to stay in the locations where they are at, even if they are facing floods. And of course, this has a lot of issues when it comes to health and sanitary things. And you have long-standing still waters, which has impact on persons. People are forced to evacuate, but a lot of time they do not have places where they can go to, especially when it comes to remote villages. Then we have a lot of support from philanthropic organizations, the government, the military, that help to have these persons situated in a different area. When you look at the coastal area within the cities, you have a lot of damages and extra cost for mitigating future floods to houses and to crops and so on. The next slide, please. Yes. So the social financial impact that we have when it comes to natural disasters in Suriname, the three key sectors that face these issues are, of course, the agricultural sector, where they have failed harvests, not only due to flooding, but what we have seen the past decade is that we have extreme heat as well. Heat which we have not seen before, and this is all due to the climate change. This has impact on the yield of agricultural products, but also on other sectors such as poultry and agricultural processing. The tourisms of we have a lot of nature and tourism and ecotourism, and we have a lot of lodges and villages in the interior where tourists tend to go. When we have flooded resorts, and we have cases in the infrastructure such as very wild streams and very wild rivers. There's a picture there. It's quite small, but you can see that it becomes quite dangerous, where people have to get out of their boats and try to get the boats over the areas. This is in a case where the water is at the normal level within the rivers, but you have some extreme cases where the villages are not able to be reached. So this impacts, of course, the livelihood of the villages, where they are very dependent on tourism, and especially the nature tourism, where we have a lot of people from other countries who come and to enjoy those experiences. Moving towards our next slide, I would like to dive into a case that we have had as a development bank. It is called Watersnood Binnenland. That is Dutch, but in English it means water emergency of the interior. In 2005, we had extreme flooding within the interior, where maroon villages were affected hugely by this disaster. Communities lost their homes, their businesses, their sources of income, and so on. And of course, we have communities there who have collective rights when it comes to land. So it becomes an issue for these entrepreneurs to get a loan to rebuild their businesses, their homes, and so on. So as a development bank, we tend to take a lot of more risks, and our risk appetite is very different than the ones of commercial banks. In this period, what we did is we collaborated with the government, where we got a guarantee from the state, enabling us as state-owned development bank to help these entrepreneurs. We were able to give loans for getting their businesses back on track, and giving these loans for very concessional terms. There were 12 loans for 11 entrepreneurs. One entrepreneur had two loans. Seven of these loans have been paid off entirely. Three of the loans became non-performing loans due to very different issues. And in these three cases, we were able to call upon the guarantee that we had gotten from the state for the outstanding amount that these entrepreneurs were not able to pay off. For the other three loans, as you can see on my slide, these are still active. And as a development bank, that is one of the things we are able to do. We are able to have a loan that has a maturity date that is almost 20 years by now, because we have revised these loans. We have looked of what works for these entrepreneurs to help them get on track. Looking at there have been many other issues apart from that case. What we had in 2005, there were businesses who were affected after this as well, with floods. Even though there were adaptation and mitigation initiatives that were taken into account, they still faced issues. One thing that I would like to mention that had impact on the three active loans we still have is the pandemic we faced with COVID. Due to total lockdowns and everything, these businesses had no business. So this is a period where we looked at these businesses and did a revision of their loans, and gave them an extension of their period so they would be able to pay these loans off. We have seen that apart from natural disasters, there can be other disasters as the pandemic that has high influence on what can happen to entrepreneurs. And as a national development bank, we are able to take these concessional approaches and help these entrepreneurs in their times of need. Moving forward, another thing that was very touching and very important to note in the case of 2005 were the approaches from the private sector and donors we had seen to help in the case of Watersnood Binaland. As mentioned before, there were a lot of villages. They have very sentimental value to where they live, and they did not want to move away. There were people who had put all of their belongings in boats, and they just stayed in the area waiting for the waters to subside so they could move back into their houses. In these periods, we had a lot of help from the Medes Ascending. This is a nonprofit organization. We had other nonprofit organizations donating their free time, their help, a lot of necessities the people needed, donations from other citizens within the country. But something that was also very eminent, and it has been in many cases where we have faced natural disasters, has been donations coming from other countries, especially in the forms of remittances from families who live abroad. So these are the philanthropic initiatives that we have seen in this case that have prevailed, and in many cases after um, this one, when we had issues like flooding and other disasters. Next slide, please. Next one. Yes. So what I want to stress now is, of course, what role a financial institution can play, and specifically looking from our perspective, a national development bank. We, as a development bank, have a special role when it comes to financing in a period, especially when it comes to disaster recovery. We need tailor-made products because these products have to have the concessional forwarders. My English is leaving my head right now. The concessional needs for these entrepreneurs. For example, like I mentioned, debt restructuring services when people are not able to pay and they have valid reasons why they are not able, that we as a bank are able to look at how we can restructure their loans, how we can make it more easy for them to pay. We can look at grace periods. What grace periods can we give these entrepreneurs? But apart from that, what we have as a bank is called increasing amount for paying back loans. So essentially, it means you start off with a smaller amount, and depending how well your business goes moving forward, you can increase the amount that you pay back to the bank. So we look at what system is best for what entrepreneur, so they have the ability to keep their head above water and, of course, rebuild their businesses and become successful. In many cases, we have seen that entrepreneurs are in need of technical assistance. Sometimes they need support in adaptation, and in other cases, they need support in mitigation. Because at the end, as a bank, you do want to help entrepreneurs, but you want to look at the resilience and continuity of their businesses. And if they need help, where we can advise them, of course, with expertise, and we can advise people, okay, listen, this is where your village is situated, but we advise you to move a bit upstream or to move a bit higher up the hill to prevent issues in the future. Then we advise this. Of course, as a development bank, we do not have all the expertise in house, so we have a lot of working relationship with people who are experts in their different areas. We ask for their assistance, and they are able to provide the technical assistance to the entrepreneurs.
Even though,
Excuse
even
me?
though this was put into the system.
Is there a question?
No, no, Shalini, could we ask you to wrap up quickly so we could just...
Yes, of course, of course. Of course, what we also have, we have specialized funds that we manage, from which we can give support to entrepreneurs. As a development bank, we have the same rules and regulations that count for us as they are for commercial banks. But when you have funds, if they do not fall under the supervision of the central bank, what gives us the opportunity to have even better concessional loans with lower rates, longer grace periods, and longer maturity dates. Next slide, please. I think this would be my last slide. No, it's not. As NOB, we see it is very important for us to do capacity building as well. It is important that if we as a institution want to be helpful and want to deliver and have the impact on our communities where they need us the most, we need to build on our own capacity. At the moment, we are a member of the Green Coalition Fund, which has all the Amazon region countries. And within this initiative, we are looking at how we can gather funding for different perspectives in for climate change products, for climate change financing, and so on. We also have an IDB program going on where we have some funds coming from the Green Climate Fund, and these funds will be used for adaptation and mitigation for entrepreneurs. We are also working on getting ourselves accredited so we become an institution that can access Green Climate Fund, not through any other organizations, but directly through the Green Climate Fund.
Okay.
Next slide, please.
Is it possible that I can stop you right here because we have something that just came up? The last speaker, Amaryllis, has to go to the airport. So
Okay. No,
I
sure.
would crave your indulgence, and maybe
Yes.
if possible, you can share your slides so that persons can avail themselves of the information.
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
My slides have already been shared with the organization, so I would request you to please make this available for the other participants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
so
of course.
much. And we're really over time today, guys. And I'm sorry, but it's been such an interesting section for philanthropy that we got carried away. So now we're playing a catch-up game. Liz, I want to thank you very, very, very much. I know the value of your presentation and I know the work you have been doing. And I'm sorry that we had to cut short a lot of things. I want to lead us straight into the community activists in the climate resilience sector. But I need to leave the two financiers with a question that we're going to come back to and discuss after. And that is the role, what do you see the role of philanthropy in financing climate risk resilience, sorry. So we're going to come back to that question. And I want to quickly introduce Amaryllis Dominguez, who is an educator turned humanitarian, a co-founder of Tecos Parmesan, following the devastation of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. I'll allow Amaryllis to quickly go into her presentation and will be followed by Mr. Brent Hector, who has overseen relief efforts like ICNAC's Hurricane Barrel response, ensuring timely aid delivery while adhering to national and international regulations. His work reflects a commitment to advancing humanitarian efforts and fostering global collaborations. So with that being said, we'll go straight into Amaryllis, followed by Brent, and then we'll discuss the finance question and come back to the community for questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity of being with all these wonderful people, our neighbors from the Caribbean. Right now, it's not me. I have to take my husband to the airport. I'd love to go with him though. I would like to share a video of our project that summarizes our project in 5 minutes. And then if you guys have any question, I will happily answer.
Marilis González Domínguez y soy la coordinadora del proyecto comunitario Toldos Techos para mi gente. Surge de la empatía y de la frustración. Pues 3 semanas después del huracán, en esos momentos donde había un poquito de señal, escribí en una de mis redes sociales que si yo tuviese los toldos, los ponía yo. Y la gente comenzó a reaccionar. Y en un par de semanas había cientos de toldos en nuestra casa, en la sala. Y al día siguiente nos fuimos todos en búsqueda de casas sin techo. Voy a mostrarles estas facilidades. Están increíbles las facilidades. Están bien deterioradas, pero wow, tienen muchas posibilidades. Los apartamentos son apartamentos de, ¿verdad?, de un solo cuarto. Yo acá pensando, ¿verdad?, en toda esta gente que viene a ayudarnos y se podría quedar aquí, del centro comunal. Está, pues, vandalizado. Tendríamos que repararlo. Sin embargo, le veo muchas posibilidades a esto. Tiene un área bien amplia de cocina. Que si hubiese que cocinarle a esas personas, pues, aquí ya habría de todo. ¿Verdad? Tiene súper. Conseguir un auspiciador.
So, wow, Amaryllis, that is certainly a very, very, very powerful video. And it brings home the need for communities to work together in the relief efforts. And it was amazing to see the facial expressions and the happiness and the sadness and the awe of the recipients and even the persons who worked on the community project. And I want to congratulate you and your organization on a job well done. Well done. I hope your husband is not too upset with us for keeping you
No,
this
he's not.
long.
He's not. We still have time. I wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Techos pa mi gente means roofs for my people.
Yes.
After the impact of Hurricane Maria, according to FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, 307,000 homes were affected around the island, around the archipelago of Puerto Rico. We do not receive government funds for rebuilding, nor local, nor federal. Everything we do is on fundraising. If you saw people running there, it's because we have a very big event that is a 5K race that we do every year. It's been 7 years after the impact of Hurricane Maria, and we still have many people living in very fragile conditions. We find people that have developed respiratory conditions due to the exposure of to mold, skin conditions, and also their mental health is very affected. So it's a very big challenge that we have. The people that we help are the ones that did not receive proper help from the government due to a lack of a document. And for us, the need is more important than a paper. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. We have a lot of volunteers, committed people from the private sector that believe in our mission. And that's how we have been able to survive for 7 years now.
Yeah. Okay. So because we constrained for time, I will allow Brent to go straight into his presentation. So hopefully you are still here at the end in case there are any questions. But awesome job with your program.
Thank you.
Yeah. Brent, are you queued up?
Hold on.
And I also want to thank our attendees for bearing with us while we go over time to complete this session.
All right.
Thank you.
Hi, good. What is it? Afternoon? Good morning. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you, Brent. Remember, we on a time limit. So
okay, right. Right. Hi, morning. Thanks for having us. Let me try to be as brief as possible. So I'm from Is There Not a Cause, or ITNAC, and our parent organization, Response Caribbean. Okay. So a lot of what I would build on a lot of what the previous speakers would have said, including Dr. Hamilton. She took most of my content, which was good. Some of the content. Okay, so we do disaster response, humanitarian work, and social relief. So the quick is that the disaster response is that immediate action to stabilize and provide food, health, rebuilding, medical care. Humanitarian side is what we deal with the people affected by crisis, whether it's psychosocial support and mental health, helping getting companies, small businesses back on their feet to help with recovery. And we do the social support, the social relief, right, which is ongoing. How it's good to note, though, that the social relief and humanitarian work that we do also aid in building resistance, because in any crisis, the most vulnerable would get affected, would be impacted the most. When we speak about building resiliency, we talk about it's an ongoing effort. You look at the socio-economic part of it. How do you ensure that persons are above the poverty line and remove that vulnerability, because they obviously would be impacted most, right? So all that fits into how what we do as an NGO. So ITNAC, we have been in existence since 2002, and we rely on, or we subscribe to 4 of the principles of the UN humanitarian actors, like meaning we treat everybody with humanity. So when we do our interaction, is it a crisis, etc., we reminded that we try to do it with some dignity. And this is what I think small organizations like us, like ITNAC and other CSOs, Dr. Hampton would have mentioned, like the church, etc., that are community-based, right? They're better at understanding the social and the culture so that could interact, interface, and deliver aid that is believed to be more humanity, the human, sorry, in humanity, right? So therefore, we also have to act as neutral as possible, and impartial and independent, so that we do work with governments, agencies, but we have to remain as neutral as possible, show impartiality, meaning we have to be very sensitive to the political climate, understanding that our major criteria for giving aid is based on people on the vulnerability, nothing else. That is the first and major criteria. Whoever is mostly affected, those are that's where the aid is given to, right? That's the only criteria. So Response Caribbean is voted out of ITNAC because ITNAC's mission statement is really partnering to make a difference, one life at a time. And as such, we would have partnered with other NGOs, other churches, civil society organizations. We are partnered with some of the corporates. We are partnered with government agencies. We have a partnership with the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, which started in Dominica for Hurricane Maria relief. We do partner from time to time, and I'll get to that somewhere at the end. Again, this is looking at some of the crises that are not climate or natural related as well. And we're speaking about human trafficking, domestic violence. And of course, during a crisis and a disaster, these things are even more prominent because there were cases in Haiti after the earthquake of children being trafficked out to Europe. Whatever it's been proven or not, but it's a possibility in the chaos. There's always opportunity for good and for evil. So it's as well as with the case with any type of domestic violence or abuse, when there's a crisis, take for instance with COVID, we found a lot of victims being locked in with their abusers, right? How do you deal with that? And how do you deal with the shut-ins? So in case of a disaster, how do we reach those people? So this is what Response Caribbean as well as ITNAC has been doing. So in terms of this, as I said, we train communities to some extent or introduce them to training, and we establish partnerships. So for instance, when Beryl hit Carriacou and parts of Grenada and then St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because we were there before, since 2015, 2014, we have already had established partners. For instance, in St. Vincent for Souf, we worked with IOM and were able to send aid quite quickly without actually having to go, because we have established partners on the island so that we can get a full assessment of what is happening. Happy to announce that we officially started using in the islands Kobo Collect. If you're familiar with Kobo Collect, we do a vulnerability assessment. That's a create a data form. It could be used without whether you have internet or not. And they ask some key questions to assess the vulnerability of the people, the affected persons. And filter. It's pretty decent. It's based on UN and Red Cross vulnerability assessment matrix. So we use that to gather a lot of information. Right now, in particular, we are in early recovery stage, and this is where we find the most slowdown because this and the rehabilitation, because Beryl is now out of the news cycle, right? So all of the donations and fundraising has practically dried up because no one is seeing the effect of Beryl as being something real. However, it's quite real. The Union Island has a lot of work to be done. We shipped a container to Jamaica, right? Because the St. Mary's and St. Thomas parishes, which is pure agriculture, have been affected as well. Of course, these things are no longer in the news, right? So therefore, again, Carriacou still has a lot of work to be done. And so both for the mid to long term. So this is where ITNAC is playing its part. So yeah, this is what we've been doing. We had volunteers going across, as we usually do. Volunteers leave Trinidad and Tobago. We had set up in usually like in Dominica for Maria, within 7 days, we had a medical clinic up and running, 4 nurses, 3 doctors. We were the first emergency clinic to set up on the island. Again, this was partly due to our partnership with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Because they had vessels going up, they had aircrafts going up and stuff, we were able to reach them pretty quickly, which is not the case with Beryl, unfortunately. We don't have that. Trinidad and Tobago, some of their assets are not working, so they couldn't spare any vessel. That really affected us responding quickly and getting food and non-food items to the island. And even volunteers, as we like, we had to actually pay the bill and take commercial flights, okay, and pay for commercial shipments to get supplies to the island. So, as I said, our focus is how we could collaborate and form partnership with funding agencies, and I was glad to be invited with the Philanthropy, because presently I'm in Canada. We're looking to see how we could share our vision and connect with a lot of diaspora groups, okay, in the Greater Toronto area, specifically to see how we can get that philanthropic type of continuous pledges, right? What we are faced with as a small organization that does a lot is that even when we do get a grant, the grant covered a specific project or a specific outreach. And we really try to use as much as that money that we get for donations to be specific for the initiative, whether it's a hurricane and natural disaster relief or whatever the case may be. But we still jostle a lot with finding funding for operational and functional stuff, okay? And that is where we struggle in terms of growing and functioning. And that's why we are seeking to have partnership that could seed us outside of us projects and initiatives that could help us function. So we find very unique ways to raise money, but we also run a deficit. As I said, we have a pledge that we want to use money collected as much as possible to go towards projects and initiatives. But we still need to find money to fund our operations, etc. So in terms of how, and that kind of fits into the slides. My experience in particular with the Dominica, I was country coordinator in Dominica for Hurricane Maria, which saw probably the largest outpouring of international agencies and NGOs coming to an island. There's the issue of coordination and how do we get, I know I see Sidima colleague there was speaking. CSOs are very important because we connect closer to the community to implement what we need to implement, to get the aid to where it needs to get. A lot of times, to be frank, at no point in time, government agencies, state agencies are good at delivering services to their population, right? To the citizens. That's when there's no crisis. So you can imagine when they try to do it during a disaster, right? It's chaotic. And I want to add this, I mean, to be frank, there's 2 things that hurricane don't blow away in the Caribbean. That is the politics and the bureaucracy. And since if you're going back to those 4 principles we subscribe to, is that we have a commitment that the only criteria used to render aid to a particular community or individual is their vulnerability status. Not politics, not sexual orientation, not religious belief. So therefore, we have to work, there's an area where we sort of color any lines. You have to work with the regulations of the country, the international regulations, but not at the risk of, I heard my colleague say just now, something before paper. We have to meet the need, right? And sometimes, a lot of times, the people we partner with are not always clean. You are working on it. Sometimes your partners, your groups don't function as you would. You have to, all you can do is learn and move on. But the idea is that specifically in the immediate aftermath of the disaster, to get the needed aid quickly, to be lean, to be agile. So you're going, you could do your assessment gathering continuous, but you need to be able to deliver aid, get info, deliver aid, get info, deliver aid, get info. So we have streamlined our data collection using the guidelines from what the UN and the Red Cross would use with our vulnerability assessment. So if anything, where we do have to interact with the larger agencies. We can present them with data on how to do it. And we constantly reach out. How could we reach out consistently? Smaller organizations, churches, and NGOs have been great partnering with us when it comes to doing the relief. Our struggle is, though, again, is that we want people to build their homes that is hurricane resistant, meaning hip roofs, right, for those no constructions, and make sure your roof is a bit about a 45-degree angle. The thing is, though, is that funding coming down is often slow. And if, with the case with Beryl, thank God, Beryl was early in the hurricane season. Persons cannot wait to get the extra money to rebuild their roof to the standard because there's always a threat that another major hurricane or tropical storm would come, your roof would be uncovered. So people go ahead and build back as best as they could. Unfortunately, most of the time, it's not to the specification that builds a house in the proper way. So the Philanthropic Alliance, what you need to do is to find a way that can make the process leaner and quicker to get the funding if you want to build resilience community, because what happens is that the familiar saying, when cow start with grass growing, you wait to get the full assessment and for that money to trickle along to actually help with the rebuilding. That puts people into more vulnerability, and persons would always want to do what they can to cover back their house or their property, and often it's not in the best case, right? So this is where CSOs and other agencies can work. But again, resources and support and influence is always needed. So what could we do? How we could call to action, right? I think I've heard this mentioned throughout this morning, stronger partnership across the sectors, right? So that we could build up a resilient, and by resilient, we mean economic resilience. Again, Dr. Hamilton and some other folks mentioned. In the Caribbean, when the uniqueness in the West Indies is that the two main outputs, minus Trinidad and Guyana, is really agriculture and tourism. So when a hurricane or some storm affects an island, it affects the economic prosperity one time, because a devastated island means you can't have a tourist, you can't attract a tourist, right? Some of your beaches, etc., would be destroyed or inaccessible for a period. And also, most likely, your commercial crop might also be affected. So that affects your financially. So how do you build back? How do you find resilience in those communities to quickly bounce back? Because hurricanes and natural disasters for the Caribbean is not going anywhere, right? I mean, for the last 100 years, there have been about 11 to 15 storms every year affecting the Caribbean, and it's foreseeable future. So it's a natural reality. So we need to get those things, the lobbied government, work with small agencies and NGOs to be better prepared. So when something happens, we can bounce back and respond, right? Again, it's good to have. Yes.
So Brent, what I hear is a clear path to Carifil Alliance, because one of the proposals I'd like to share and have a little short discussion is the creation of a Caribbean Fund for Disaster Relief.
Yep.
And Carifil has the opportunity to be leaner and respond quicker because we are at the grassroots in all of the countries at the very, very basic community level. So that may be one option to consider going forward strategically to build some resilience into the sector through philanthropy.
Yes, yes, exactly. And this is why we booted the Response Caribbean, which was launched last year. So we just wanted to form, because this is ITNAC's way of functioning, Response Caribbean sort of solidify that, where we have all these NGOs and CSOs across the Caribbean, right? They may be specializing not only in disaster relief, they do stuff with human trafficking, gender-based violence, poverty alleviation. But again, an impoverished community would always be impacted more, right, than a community that's more built up and more developed. So as a disaster hits, right, they are always our target to rescue. So how do we make them resilient? Part of being resilient is to uplift the people and the structure in the community, right?
Yes.
In advance, so that they would not be impacted so much. And again, community-based involvement is the key.
Yes.
I'm not saying don't have controls, but we cannot be so heavy. We have to make it lean, right? especially during the time of response. Response, we can't be clean. Response, we go for, we just have to go and make sure people get the stuff in that first 2-3 weeks, right? I mean, if you've been to disaster zone, immediately after, like Haiti after the earthquake, Dominica after Maria, when I landed 4 days after, there was people lacking water. I heard reports of people drinking salt water, right? It was
Yes,
that
I
bad.
have seen that myself,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
know a
So
lot of the
yeah,
persons
so
on this, yes, have seen
yeah,
it.
so this is where I want to end with this too. During the earthquake, a good idea. We're small communities here. So when the earthquake happened in Haiti in 2010, because we have been in Haiti for the last 20 years, what we were able to do, while the airports were closed, we were able to send members, and this is where philanthropy coming. We had some cash, so we sent about 5 or 6 members across the Dominican Republic from Trinidad with about 5,000-10,000 each or something like that, right? And we bought a bunch of supply wholesale. And we were able to make contact with our partners on the ground in Haiti, right? And they were able to come over the border, load up the trucks, and we live in aid within 72 hours. Now I'm talking about there was a challenge in Haiti where a lot of the stuff came in internationally. It remained in the airport, and there was a jurisdiction battle who's responsible for it. Again, while grass growing, people starving, right? So, but again, we were able to be agile. So, and I guess a lot of small, it's quote unquote smaller agencies that have that community connection at the grass when it comes to doing a quick relief, because you could only forecast the weather, not really predict it, right? We just do our best guess. And we were able to do that. So I am here now this is an event we're having in Canada, the third, with respect to linking with the diaspora. I would like to have a chat with Dr. Hamilton and who else, if anybody could share, with the diaspora, where we want to share what our vision is, what our plan is, and establish, see if there's any synergies with other diaspora groups, right? That is willing to partner with us, right? And we could partner with them. It's a two-way street, right? And to establish immediately, we need funds and support for St. Vincent Islands, the Union, Mario, Canawan, and for Grenada, Carriacou, and even for Jamaica, because as I said, once it loses the air, that 2 weeks, the response goes down, it kind of dries up, and then, yeah, but people don't know that it takes 3-4 years sometimes for a community to really
rebound.
Yeah, people think they don't hear it. No, it takes a while, right? So again, if you wish, you could scan this image there. You could go to our site. It's not like, is there not a cause? It's a question mark, by the way, and the answer is always yes, there is, right? Right? There's always a cause that we go behind. You could scan, and you can get some more information, or you can reach out to me. I have my contact, and I'll be happy to chat.
All right, great. So we
thanks.
must end now, and I want to give you the response that we will work with Response Caribbean to create and fund support agility.
Great. Wonderful.
Yes. So guys, thank you all for bearing with us in the extra time. We really appreciate your participation. We appreciate your attendance. Thank you very, very much to all of our panelists and to my co-moderator, Ms. Juman. I believe we will share some emails and presentations amongst us so that there's a greater collaboration and networking between us all. Thank you very, very much, guys. And we shall certainly look forward to seeing you at our next event. Amaryllis, hope you make it on time. We want to build more roofs throughout the Caribbean, and we need to use and adopt your model so that we expand the resiliency base of Caribbean people. Thank you very, very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kelly.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Let me check my light. Okay.
Okay, just 1 second. Our panel finished late, so oh my God. Is people
How
had
did it
10-minute
go?
slides and each person had 30-minute slides. 30
Listen,
minute
Anthea,
slides.
I have learned from my lesson one presentation per panel. So I never ask more than one per because people have no behavior.
30 minutes per set. I told
I give
people
you a
five
better
minute
one than
PPs,
that. I was
PPT.
on a panel the other day with 4 people. We were asked to bring one slide each. The first speaker had 45 minutes worth of slides.
That's what I'm trying to explain. Because they would think like we didn't tell people 5 minute slides and then 5 minutes of conversation. So, but everybody wants it to share their stuff. So anyway, so we finished at 12 instead of
Got
11.
it. Hello, Mr.
So,
Dumbia. How are you?
okay, good.
I
Hi,
just I
Mr. Dubia.
particularly wanted to check for Mr. Dumbia's sake that the translators have been assigned, so he will be able to hear in French. I guess I'm asking that of the host.
Okay, I know it wasn't me. So, hello.
No, I
I wasn't
sent
able
I
to
sent
answer.
through the I sent the emails for the translators, but they have to be assigned to the language channels.
Hi, Kelly. We haven't, if you identify Kevin here, if you identify who they are, we'll be able to assign them.
Sure. So Saide Sucre will translate to French, and
All right.
Janina Walters will translate to Spanish.
Sure, once they log in, we'll be fine.
Okay, great. I had asked them to also be 20 minutes early.
Okay, I'm just gonna step away for a minute. I want to get a cup of coffee.
Okay.
That's my
Mr. Jimbia, do you want to just check audio and then we'll be good until the translators are assigned?
I'm not sure if he's hearing us.
Hi,
He should.
Mr. Jimbia, are you hearing me? I'll try to
Put it in the chat.
I'm not getting a response in the chat either.
No.
Monsieur Dumbia? Je veux savoir si vous pouvez m'entendre. Okay, he may have signed in and stepped away.
Quite possibly. I'm doing a title here for you. Do you want the Ms. in front of your name or is Kelly?
No,
Fine.
just Kelly. It's fine. Kenneth Magnus.
I need to just ask.
Kellie.
Yeah, I got it. There. That good? At the
Yes,
bottom.
perfect.
Do you have a contact number for him?
No. I'm just gonna shoot him an email now.
Okay, so strictly a discussion session. Any videos
No,
on
so
that?
yeah, thank you for clarifying, Kevin. That's what I should have started with. Christina will be starting with so I'll do an introduction of both panelists. And then
Mhm.
Christina has a PowerPoint presentation. So if you could give her the right to share screen, and
Sure.
then we'll go into a panel discussion with Christina and Mohammed.
No problem. All right. When she comes in, I'll ask her to share it with us in case she has any issues, goes down or
Yes.
internet
Okay, yeah.
issues.
She wants to control the
That's fine. That's
console
perfect.
in fact, so
Yeah.
let me are you answering the forum email?
No, I'm not in charge of that email.
What's the best email to reach you at?
I'm sending it now here in the chat. And I'll share it with my team. So
Okay, great. I'm forwarding it now.
Anthea said she'll introduce you, right? And
Yeah.
do it by. Excellent. Azili is one of your
Yes, she
translators.
is translating into French.
Right, I'll bring her here. Right, this is the panel. Excellent. Got the presentation. Hi, Zadie, we need you on the panel to do the translation, please. I'm trying to get Zadie to accept the invitation to be on the panel. That's the only way she can become an interpreter. She can be set as an interpreter.
But she's in, so wouldn't that suggest that she's accepted it?
She's declining. She declined twice.
Oh, Saida, we need you to accept the invitation to be a panelist. Oh, sorry, Janina, are you in? I'm not seeing where you've logged in, but has Janina been assigned?
I'll bring her in now. Janina, yes, accept the invitation.
Okay, so both
Excellent.
Janina and Saide, I need you to accept the invitation to be a panelist.
Thank you.
Yes, now I can see you guys. We didn't have any
Awesome.
audio or visuals. Thank you. I was getting worried. Can you hear me,
Excellent.
Kelly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Thank you
Hello.
very much, Lee. Thank you,
Can you-
ladies.
Okay,
Thank
can you hear
you.
me too?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, so Janina, are you French to English, English to French?
Spanish this time.
English to Spanish.
Spanish, English.
Right. And Zai.
There's Mr. Julia. Hello, Mohammed. How are you? I just want two things. I wanted to test your audio just to make sure we're hearing you clearly. And then
Okay.
to let you know,
You understand
that
me?
yes, I
Yeah.
can hear you. And
Okay.
you can speak in English if you prefer,
Mhm.
or we do have a French translator reserved today.
I
So
need to
you,
first translator. I
pardon
need
me?
a first translator.
French into French. So if you go to the bottom of your screen on the right, once the webinar starts, you'll see a little globe that says interpretation, and you can
Okay.
select French as the language.
D'accord. Okay. I
And then
select.
how we will run is I will introduce the panel, and then we're going to have a presentation from the other speaker, and then we'll open it up for a discussion with you. So when I'm asking my questions, you will hear my questions from the translator, and then you can reply in English if you can, or if you reply in French, then Saida, I have to figure out how we're gonna have your answer repeated.
If you want to not use the channel, you need to just switch back to the
Yeah, so Saide, what I might ask you to do is no, but Saida is translating English to French. She's not translating French to English. So if he answers in French, Mr. Dumi, I might have to ask you to answer in English. if you're okay with that. Thanks, Janina, but how is, Saida will be in the French channel.
She can switch.
Okay, so Saida, are
Yeah.
you okay with that?
You can switch, right? Yeah. They can switch which one they want to be on or off, or reverse it.
Okay, so Janina, I'm seeing you answer, but, or do you guys want to switch languages if Saida is not comfortable doing that? I'm just
No,
not
they
seeing
can
a
switch.
response from
No, man,
Saida, so I
they
just
can
need
switch
to,
the channel. They can switch the channel themselves.
right, but I just need to
Yeah.
make sure that Saida is comfortable with that.
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to meet
Hi,
everyone.
Anthea. Sorry, Janina, I don't know if you have Saida on WhatsApp, if you could just ask her to reply either in the chat or just to open her mic and confirm that she's okay switching and that she will repeat Mr. Dumbio's responses in English.
Oui, je vous
Bonjour.
entends. Oui, je vous entends. Vous m'entendez?
Yes, sorry, that was before. I had asked
Okay.
before you signed on.
Ok. D'accord, c'est bon, c'est parfait pour moi.
Kelly was suggesting that she doesn't use the channel and she stays in the main chat if you want, but it'll be after, it'll be translated after.
Um,
That may be an option as well.
yes, so I'm happy to do either, but I just need to hear from Saida
From them, yeah,
directly
sure.
Yeah, so Janina, I don't know if is Saida having a challenge connecting, or are you able to speak with her? Saida, if you're hearing me, could you just open your mic, please? Thanks, Janina. I'm in the English channel, but Saida has not yet opened her mic. So I would just love if she could open her mic and just respond so that we can all hear her. Oh, hi, Saida. We're not hearing you though.
Oui, je vous entends. Je suis sur le canal France. Ah, non, en français, ça va. Moi, je vous entends.
Merci.
Ok, d'accord. Je vais lui dire que moi, j'entends. D'accord. Ok. Yes, okay. Hi,
Yes,
Hi,
Mohammed.
Kelly. Yes, the channel of French is perfect. She she told me the channel of English is not good. He don't understand. He don't listen to you.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to respond in English, if that's okay with you today.
Voilà. French English is okay. English channel is not okay.
Right, so I'm going to ask you to answer the questions in English.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Hello, Christina. We just need to do a microphone check with you.
Yep. Hi.
We can hear you. And are you going to there you go. We can now see you.
Unblur, because that can be so strange. Hi. Everybody can hear me well?
Yes, great, Kevin. So now everyone's here.
Yeah, we hear you very clearly.
Hi. Hello.
Yes, I'm hearing you in English. So.
Yes,
Yes,
Janina, the Spanish channel is
I'll switch into
fine.
Spanish now. Yeah, are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me in Spanish? All right, you want to try the French now? All right, I'll switch into the French.
Oui, le canal français est bon.
See, yes, Kevin, I'm here. I'm hearing
Yes, so
you.
Saida, if you're comfortable, you can switch to the English channel so that Mr. Doumbia may respond in French and then you translate his responses in English. He would prefer that. So I will signal to you when we need to do that.
Okay. Mic check. This is mic check on French channel.
Okay, all right. So Kevin, we're all set.
Mic check on Spanish channel. Mic check on Spanish. Excellent. Excellent. Yes, I do. All right. And then mic check on English channel. Mic check on English.
Hello.
Excellent. Perfect.
I can hear you in English.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, we fixed it. I think we fixed it.
All good?
No problem. Excellent. We're set.
Okay.
All right. So we can cue.
Kevin.
Anthea, we're going to cue it with the video and we'll start. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Have a good show, everyone.
Thank you. Hello and welcome everyone to the Funders Spotlight platform where philanthropy meets creativity. Today we are particularly excited to highlight the contributions of Caribbean Culture Fund to the region and is the co-host of this segment. Caribbean Culture Fund is a groundbreaking initiative dedicated to nurturing and supporting the vibrant arts and culture community across the Caribbean. Through regular grants and programs, the fund is committed to promoting social and cultural justice, fostering intercultural dialogue, and empowering artists and cultural organizations. The fund supports a wide range of arts, including visual arts, performing arts, film, and more. Its goal is to foster creativity, innovation, and cultural exchange in the Caribbean while setting new standards for supporting arts and culture through philanthropy. As we discussed yesterday at our plenary session, the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance is building a vibrant and inclusive membership community that is dedicated to driving positive change. The Funder Spotlight platform is a key component of this effort, offering a space for funders to connect, to collaborate, and to learn from one another. By joining our Giving Affiliate membership as a funder, you'll have the opportunity to be part of this platform. This platform is dedicated to showcasing the exceptional work of funders, raising the awareness of the philanthropic contributions, and people who are committed to advancing social causes and empowering Caribbean communities. Beyond the funder spotlight, throughout the year, we offer funder convenings that provide a space for open dialogue, networking, and share insights, and a range of other opportunities to engage our community. And for those who are seeking to deepen their philanthropic impact, the Caribbean Alliance Council offers a premier space for grant makers to explore opportunities, such as pooling resources, co-funding initiatives, and scaling their philanthropic efforts, and to be part of actions to transform grant-making practices in the region. We're here today to discuss a critical issue in the Caribbean region, the preservation and support of Caribbean arts and culture. Our arts and culture are not merely expressions of tradition. They're very much the soul of our region, reflecting our resilience and innovation. And it's crucial to understand the current state of arts and culture funding in the Caribbean, exploring both successes and challenges. And by examining best practices, we gain valuable insights into effective strategies for supporting artists, preserving cultural heritage, and fostering creativity. To guide us through this important conversation, we're privileged to have the Caribbean Culture Fund as the co-host for this segment, and Kelly Magnus as our moderator. Kelly Magnus is a passionate advocate for the Caribbean arts and culture, with a deep-rooted understanding of challenges and opportunities facing the region's creative communities. Kelly is a writer and a development specialist living in Kingston, Jamaica. Her passions are creativity and philanthropy. And she is the executive director of Caribbean Culture Fund and has been very instrumental in supporting creatives and cultural organizations across the Caribbean and in its diaspora communities, and has an unwavering commitment to philanthropy and a strong belief in the transformative power of arts and culture. She has more than 2 decades of experience in philanthropy, raising funds for Harvard University, the University of the West Indies, and several non-governmental and international development partners, including the World Bank, the European Union, the Commonwealth Foundation, the Inter-American Foundation, UNICEF, and UNESCO. And so it's my pleasure to collaborate with you, Kelly. I'm very excited that you are co-hosting this session. And I'm going to ask you to formally introduce the session to our viewers and to formally introduce our guest speakers. So welcome all to the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance Funder Spotlight. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Anthea, and congratulations to you and the CariPhil team for this, your first staging of Caribbean Philanthropy in Action Week. We are so excited to be part of it because, as you said, we strongly believe in the importance of philanthropy to the region and know that it takes a hub to drive the kind of capacity development and support that is necessary for philanthropy in the region to achieve its full potential. So congratulations to you. I am very excited to have this conversation today. As you said, two of my favorite topics are creativity and philanthropy. So whenever I get to talk about the two of them together, it's a good day for me. And I am even more excited to have the two speakers that I have joining me today. I will go into their bios in a bit more detail, but happy to have Christina Newman-Scott, who is the executive director of the Jerome L. Green Space in New York City, and she'll talk a bit more about that. And also Monsieur Mohamed Doumbia, who is the executive director of the African Culture Fund, one of the regional culture funds on which the CCF is modeled. So here today we have two people who can share insight about the prospects for Caribbean philanthropy, because they can help us to understand what is working in the diaspora and what is working on the continent. Before we get into that detail, let me just tell you a little bit about the CCF and where we are. As Anthea said, we are a new organization mandated to drive Caribbean philanthropy and to support the arts and culture across the region in its entirety, including its diasporas, and supporting all kinds of projects that represent the arts and culture sector, meaning that we are open to all genres and projects in all stages of development. We have been lucky enough to get seed funding from the Open Society Foundations and to have brought on board a new grant from the Mellon Foundation. And even though we just got started in March of this year, I'm pleased to say that we are actually in the middle of our second call for proposals. It closes on Thursday, so if there are any prospective applicants, please rush off and finish your applications. And that this second round will extend our grant making to now 11 countries across the Caribbean, and we will be distributing close to $750,000 in this, our first year. So we are very excited to share what we are doing in the Caribbean philanthropy space, but we know that our success is dependent on the success of the sector as a whole. And so we're committed to working with organizations like CARIPHIL to try to strengthen the philanthropic ecosystem. We are particularly encouraged by CARIPHIL's work in sharing information on Caribbean philanthropic initiatives, because the absence of data is one of the key challenges the region faces, as well as CARIPHIL's commitment to supporting collaboration between donors in the sector. So again, thank you, Anthea, for all the work that you and CARIPHIL are doing. I also want to thank the translators who are working with us today, Saidi Sukra and Janina Walters. Translation is available in English and in Spanish and French. You can just toggle the little globe icon at the bottom right of your screen. One of our speakers will be speaking in French, so our French translator will be toggling back and forth between the French and English channels to make sure that Mr. Doumbia's remarks are understood. So with that context, let's get into the bios. Our lead presenter today will be Christina Newman-Scott. Christina will be sharing a PowerPoint with us, and then we'll join Mr. Doumbia in a panel discussion. And Christina is an award-winning, purpose-driven leader with over 20 years of experience in the public and nonprofit sector, much of that with a focus on arts, culture, and media. As I said, she's the inaugural executive director for the Jerome L. Green Performance Space at New York Public Radio WNYC, which is the company's multi-platform and live studio space. Christina's awards and recognitions include being named one of the City and State Telecommunications Power 50 individuals shaping New York's digital future, an Observer NYC Arts Power 50, and a Next City Urban Vanguard. She's a recipient of the Selena Roberts Autumn Award for Americans for the Arts and was conferred as an honorary Doctor of Fine Arts by the University of New Haven in 2018. Prior to joining the Jerome L. Green Space, her leadership positions include serving as the president of BRIC, an art and media organizations in Brooklyn. She was also the director of culture for the state of Connecticut, and director of programs at the Boston Center for the Arts, and director of visual arts at Real Artways. So don't mind how young Christina looks. She has a lot of experience. Central to this conversation, she's also the secretary of the board for Americans for the Arts and chair of the National Arts Strategies, as well as chair of the Department of Cultural Affairs Advisory Commission for the City of New York. She was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica, and worked as a practicing artist and TV host and producer in Jamaica before moving to the US in 2000. Joining us in the panel discussion will be Mohammed Doumbia, who is an expert and certified trainer in financial management and fundraising for the cultural and creative industries. He's fresh in the post. He joined about the same time I did. He took up the position of executive director of the African Culture Fund. But prior to that, he was the coordinator of the AWA project for the ACP EU Culture Program West Africa, which is a European Union project implemented by the Consortium Institut Français de Paris and the Centre Culturel Corée of Ségou. In this capacity, he has trained and mentored numerous cultural actors and artists in the 16 countries of West Africa. So Mr. Doumbia is well poised to help us understand how you can run a centralized, collaborative fundraising initiative that spans a geographically diverse region. Very excited to talk to you both. Over to you, Christina, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Kelly. You've now made it clear that I need to edit my bio. There are too many director things. So I'll get on that right after this panel. It's so lovely to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation to join you. I think this is such an important conversation, and I'm excited about having it. Let me share my screen. Let's go here. We're going to... Can you see my screen? Yep, great, wonderful. Yeah, so you know about me. I'm born and raised in Jamaica. I moved to the United States later in my life. So I went to art college at Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, where I graduated with a painting degree. And little had I ever imagined for myself after moving to the United States in 2005 that I would be able to learn and grow in a way that expanded on my painting practice to include kind of creative economy, thinking about the intersection of art, community development and economic development, and running institutions. But our Caribbean people were mighty and we're curious. And so I'll share a little today about what I'm seeing and what I've learned. So I want to start out by sharing that I'm not sure if many of you follow Americans for the Arts, but if you don't, please use that website as a tool. There's so much there that's helpful for you. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis released just earlier in March of this year, the latest gross domestic product and jobs data for the arts and cultural production satellite account. So they measure the economic impact of the arts on the United States. These numbers reflect 2022, but I want to share with you that nationally, the GDP for arts and cultural, nonprofits, and commercial sector tops over 1 trillion in the United States, with over 5.2 million jobs. The arts and culture sector represents over 4% of the nation's GDP, and the cultural exports increased the trade surplus from 15.5 billion to 21 billion in 2022. I start off with that point because data is so critical. Being able to measure impact is so important. And the work that we're doing also at Americans for the Arts, when we do this, what we call Arts and Economic Prosperity Report across the United States, has been such a powerful tool to change policy and practice state by state across the US, allowing governors and mayors that are on the front line to really understand how to position the arts in their funding portfolio. So it's critical for us, as we know that, data is a challenge in the Caribbean. Philanthropy is so important for us to continue to invest and preserve our cultural heritage, invest in artists, and promote innovation. In the US in 2021, foundations gave $3.5 billion to arts and culture, which was 7% of total grant dollars. And I think they could do more. I don't think that's enough, quite frankly. In 2018, corporate sponsorship of the arts was $1 billion. So when you look at the investment that Americans are making in arts, it is meaningful It's important. We have still a long way to go. If we think about the National Endowment for the Arts investment, their allocation for supporting arts across the United States is around 200 million for the entire United States, whereas the city of New York, which some might say is the epicenter of arts in the United States, the city's allocation alone is over 200 million. So we have a larger share in the city of New York to funding than the entire United States. So just for a little context. It's really important because I believe that the Caribbean diaspora has the financial capacity and the cultural connection to lead and support philanthropic change. So let's get into it. We know, as some of the challenges, limited public funding across the Caribbean for supporting of artists. And I'm so happy to see the work that Kelly and others are doing to help ensure that we're building an ecosystem of support, but also an ecosystem of information. Another challenge is, the infrastructure. We don't have the infrastructure that will help us to lead to sustainable philanthropy. And then there's global competition for philanthropic dollars, which further complicates this, right? As international donors often prioritize larger, more globally prominent art scenes. However, on the opportunity side, we do have untapped resources within our diaspora communities. The increasing interest in cultural diversity, equity, and inclusion worldwide presents an ideal moment for diaspora-driven philanthropy. And I think you'll hear a little bit more about this later, but digital fundraising also offers important tools for us to not ignore. So let me go here. Okay. So I want to talk about this idea of diaspora-driven funding models. And there are two in particular that I really want to talk to you about today, just because they're pretty simple models. And I'm happy to work with Kelly to come up with a resource sheet that I can share later. But there's an organization in Miami called Commissioner. And as many of us in the Caribbean grew up understanding either party, as some might say, partner, or susu, as some call it, right, Kelly? You have all these different types of coming together with your community to raise money in support of whatever it is you want to do. Commissioner actually does this work by having a membership model where people pay at a certain level. There's 3 tiers, and their money goes directly to support the work of artists, and they receive a work of art annually, and it's broken up into different, you can get it, I think there's a quarterly model, there's an annual model, there's like a kind of entry point model. But those types of things really invite you to think about the community that you're within, to say, listen, what if we just pooled our resources in support of artists that we want to see thrive? And so please look at, if you Google Commissioner in Miami, take a look at that model. Obviously, you know about Open Society. The Caribbean Culture Fund is a beneficiary there, but there are so many foundations that support funding efforts in the diaspora. Ford Foundation, the Mellon Foundation, the Andy Warhol Foundation. Having a curiosity and doing the research about the types of national and international foundations that are dedicated to supporting work in the Caribbean is also important. And there's some that are the unusual suspects, and they might not show up in the ways that you might be researching, because you're going to see Ford and you're going to see Open Society and you're going to see Mellon, but you might not see some of these smaller ones that are actually doing meaningful work across the Caribbean. So I invite you to look at that. I also want to talk about Jamaica Art Society. Some of you might know about Jamaica Art Society. I say this as a model that this is a Jamaican who has grown up in the United States, and she's really raising money in order to give back to curators, scholars, and artists on the island. And there is so much opportunity for that. Everywhere I go in New York, because I work in arts and culture, I am consistently meeting amazing humans from across the Caribbean who have, left their islands, but are looking for ways to return, looking for ways to support. So really thinking about ways to make those direct connections with folks that are now living overseas, to tap into the resources, not only financial, but you know, the within the ecosystems that they're working with, just making introductions. That's a really big part of philanthropy. Philanthropy is really friend raising, as Kelly knows, she's raised so many millions. It's relationship and friend raising. People don't want to hear from you when you want something. They don't want to hear from you. They want to build a relationship with you so that when they're investing in what they're investing in, they feel like a partner in the effort. They feel like they're beside you. They're not just opening their wallet when you need it most. You know, there's a saying here in fundraising, ask for money and you get advice. Ask for advice and you get money. So I'm not going to say that's 100 out of 100, but it's about relationship building. And then project-based grants, I bring this one up because over the years, foundations and other philanthropic organizations have really focused on funding project-based grants. And so artists have had to, and organizations have had to respond to opportunities that are so closely aligned with achieving a specific project need versus a trust philanthropy model, which is more about practice-based grants. That means that you trust the organization that you are investing in, you trust what they're going to do with your resources, and you trust that it will have an impact. Of course, there will be measurable, you have to have measurable outcomes, but oftentimes when people do project-based grants, it really puts a struggle on nonprofits and individual artists to find resources to pay for other things, right? So what's the point of funding a theater project if you can't pay to turn the lights on in the theater? You know, you have to really think holistically about how you're funding arts and culture in the Caribbean. You cannot force people into a corner that makes actually they're much more challenging. All right, let's go to the next. So public-private partnerships. There are three examples I want to bring up here. So the National Endowment for the Arts and Blue Star Families, they created a program that between them and the Department of Defense and Blue Star Families, that they offer free museum admission to military families across the US. That's not a small thing to do, right? And access and equity and inclusion is important. So, you know, over 2,000 museums participate annually in this program, providing cultural access and enriching experience to military families, which fosters community connections, which offers entry points into understanding the role of arts in their own communities. So that's one example of a public-private partnership. Art Place America is the second, which no longer exists, but it was a 10-year collaboration among various foundations and federal agencies and private companies to advance creative placemaking, integrating arts and culture into community development. So that's when I worked at the state of Connecticut. You know, we thought a lot about how are we reinvigorating downtowns across the state? How are we thinking about the rehabilitation of historic sites and making them, reimagining them with cultural organizations so that they become a place and then offer an enhanced sense of place in that community. So Art Place America, do look up. They have a wonderful tool still on that website that you can use. And the last example is the Knight Foundation. And the Knight Arts Challenge is a collaboration between the Knight Foundation and various local governments and organizations to support initiatives in the arts. So what they do, and they work in 26 communities across the United States. And so they fund art projects that engage communities, primarily in cities where they are, but they require matching funds from that local community so that there's real skin in the game, right? They're not just throwing money, but they're whoever is in leadership there, they're putting money into the initiative as well. So it's a true partnership. And so it's funded a lot of public art partnerships, a lot of community arts festivals. And these things have positive ripple effects on the economy. This number might not be right today, but I remember meeting the mayor, Burning Man. Is that Utah? Kelly's at Utah, where Burning Man, I've never gone. I really want to go, but I might be too old now. But where's Burning Man? It's like the desert of Utah. Listen, forgive me if it's not Utah. My point is, the Burning Man Festival brings thousands of people to the desert for a week-long festival. Some of you on this call might have gone. And the economic impact of that is over $500 million on that community. So that's not a small amount. Let's talk a little bit now about digital fundraising platforms. I want to share that digital first organizations are actually growing faster than the average nonprofit. So we're seeing that online revenue from digital first organizations, people that are prioritizing digital fundraising, they're really integrating digital tools and literacy in their organizations. They're seeing revenue grow over 99% over a 5-year period, whereas offline revenue grew at 36%. So there is so much opportunity. The digital, just off the top, right? If we're immediately expanding visibility for what we're working on by going digital. You have to be smart about it though. You can't build it and they would come. You have to think about the story that you're telling, the authenticity of the story. You have to think about having anchor partners and ways that you can really get that story to be seen and heard, because it is competing with so many other things. But you have crowdfunding platforms like Kickstarter and GoFundMe and so many others. And we found that these emotional storytelling has been really working for fundraising, just being real, being authentic, and being clear. And so these fundraising platforms have really democratized access to funding for artists and cultural organizations. And it makes it, as I said, possible to really reach global audiences. And so think about diaspora members who feel connected to the Caribbean. You know, there are more of us off our islands than are on, right? And just really figuring out a structured way to consistently connect with us. You know, where I work this week, we're doing a pledge drive. And so that's every day this week, we're on the airwaves and through our digital fundraising, asking for money to support our nonprofit. Now, while a lot of people turn the radio off when they hear that they're begging for money, that's real. People do turn the radio off. There's so many people that are interested in, when they hear us talking about the impact that we're making, when we are being authentic about it, we consistently meet and exceed goals. Authenticity is really, really important. So I'll encourage you to look at Kickstarter, GoFundMe. I know you probably have already. Patreon allows artists to build direct relationships with supporters by offering exclusive content in exchange for recurring donations. And so these kinds of models can help to build sustainability. Think about subscription models, right? Like consistent giving. I subscribe to a lot of Substacks, quite frankly. And you're talking about maybe it's $20 a month, but that kind of model to have access to interesting content is something that you can think about too. And if you want to look at how we do some of this at New York Public Radio, you can Google Radiolab, which is one of our most popular podcasts, and they have a subscription model to access content. Many podcasts do today. All right, and so let's go into strategy 4. Everybody knows a good event is a good thing to do, especially when it ties to your mission, vision, and values. And so I'll keep this one light. There are all types of ways. We're not unaccustomed to going to wonderful events and going to the galas and seeing the festivals. The key here is how are we capturing the information of those who are attending, whether it's online or in person? What are we doing with that in terms of our engagement strategy? How are we consistently keeping ourselves in their consciousness? So whether it's a gala at the Studio Museum, which, those tickets are very costly. So I always beg a free seat. But when I go to the Studio Museum, you can best believe that I'm immediately signed up to all their newsletters, what's happening in the gallery, what's the next thing coming out, what is the new, they have an online shop, when they're doing their next launch, then of course, things like Art Basel, which is a massive undertaking. These things might seem big, but if you just think about replicating them on a smaller scale and testing things and allowing yourself to be iterative, it can be really productive. Then there's residency programs. Look at the McDowell residency. There's a new woman who's running it. She's fantastic. And maybe she's somebody, Kelly, that we could, you could have on in the future to talk about the residency model, because the McDowell residency is one of the nation's most prestigious residencies. And then cultural exchange and mentorship. When I was in college in Jamaica, I often wondered why, could we have a program, and maybe it's happening in different parts of the Caribbean, where we're truly having artists and creative thought leaders come in residence, to the college, and there's some kind of mentorship happening. I had a lot of mentorship from my teachers and from my peers, and just kind of learning and meeting people. But it's really important to encourage that kind of cultural exchange and mentorship, because it leads to much bigger opportunity. I'll give you a quick story on that. My final year critique was done by Dr. Deb Willis, who is the mother of Hank Willis Thomas. So two extraordinarily amazing artists. Dr. Deb is a MacArthur Genius Fellow. And I met her in the year 2000 at Edinburgh College with Dr. Leslie King Hammond. And she has been in my life since that time. I gave her, this is when I had Hotmail. I still had a Hotmail, so this is how old that is, okay? She would email me on Hotmail and say, listen, I think you're onto something. I think you need to look at this, see that. And when I moved to the United States in 2005, we stayed in touch, and she has been like an art godmother. If I was not, there's no world. How would I ever meet Dr. Willis, It's so important to invest in those moments, because they have the potential to really open the aperture on young people that are just trying to figure it out. So I will go to the next, which, did I end it? Slide 4, 1 second. Yes, I think so. So I really want to get into a conversation with you all, and I know that you have more to hear from Mohammed. So at the end of this, I believe that all of us have a responsibility to see ourselves as cultural custodians and investors, whether we are in the Caribbean or in the diaspora. It is critical. If we don't lead by example, no one else will. Okay, we have to put our own money where our mouth is. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to do that. I think that being structured, consistent, will help us to become, to scale and to build sustainability. I think digital innovation is going to be critical for the future of philanthropy. And if we aren't curating and thinking about our content and fundraising in things that hold in this phone, we are not doing it right. We have to consider how people are accessing information. And then, honestly, together we can just do this thing. So I'm so pleased to be here with you. I will stop sharing and look forward to taking questions either now or later, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you particularly for, in such a short period, providing so many practical, actionable models for us to look at and hopefully engage funders in the space who are active in Caribbean philanthropy, but not doing it in a structured way, or donors who have been thinking about getting into the arts and culture space, but wanting to find an easy on-ramp. I think the range of models that you've provided should give us a blueprint for us to make sure that we have more initiatives to announce next year's Philanthropy in Action Summit. And with that, I'm going to open with Mr. Doumbia, Mohammed Doumbia, whose bio I read at the start. Before we get into the conversation, Mohammed, I think it might be useful for us to just give us an overview of the African Culture Fund, maybe responding to anything you heard from Christina's presentation that works differently or is working well in the African context. And I'm sorry, and just a reminder to Saide to please switch over to the English channel to translate.
Alors, j'aimerais partager un document. Okay. Alors, merci beaucoup à Kelly de m'avoir invité. Merci à tous, à Christina pour cette belle présentation. Alors, je vais essayer de partager une présentation de l'ACF avec vous, sur laquelle je vais essayer de parler un peu, de présenter l'ACF de manière globale. Alors, je vois là que le partage ne voit pas le document. Donnez-moi une minute, je vais essayer de ressortir.
Kevin, do you need to give him permission to share?
Yeah. So,
He should be fine.
alors, j'essaie de présenter, de sortir la présentation. Je crois que c'était un problème technique, certainement.
Nous pouvons le partager après le webinaire.
Oh, ok, bon, je pense que je suis presque. Pour me recevoir.
In the meantime, we're having some requests for connection with Christina in the chat. So great
C'est la
presentation,
connexion
Christina. We'd
qui
love to
passe.
connect. Buds and Brushes JA.
D'accord. Ok, bon, peut-être je vais le partager après avec
Oui.
Christina. Alors, le Fonds africain pour la culture est une initiative qui vient des acteurs culturels et des artistes du continent. En fait, elle a été initiée par ces différents acteurs en février 2018 au Mali, plus précisément, et qui a fait un accord de siège avec l'État du Mali pour se mettre en place. En fait, elle a une double fonction qui est non seulement d'aider à la professionnalisation du secteur culturel, mais aussi d'être un agitateur, un instigateur à la création d'une philanthropie locale africaine pour stimuler l'investissement du secteur privé issu du continent dans le domaine de la culture. Donc, son originalité là part du fond part que l'initiative émane même, comme je l'ai dit au départ, des artistes et des acteurs culturels eux-mêmes. Donc, ce n'est pas une initiative de l'État ou de autres, mais c'est parti vraiment des acteurs culturels du continent. Donc, pour essayer de mettre en place cette plateforme qui va essayer de professionnaliser le secteur en essayant de mettre des modèles de subvention euh, à la disposition des acteurs culturels, des artistes aussi, et avoir un programme de renforcement de capacité d'accompagnement pour les artistes, mais aussi faire beaucoup de plaidoyer pour essayer de mobiliser vraiment l'investissement local et la philanthropie, d'avoir pour vraiment essayer de mobiliser des ressources localement sur le continent, parce que c'est ça vraiment le défi aussi pour nous en Afrique. C'est vrai qu'il y a eu par le passé beaucoup d'argent de l'Union européenne, de plusieurs grandes organisations, même si on ne sait pas, mais elle est très dépendante de l'étranger. Donc, la philosophie du fonds, c'est un fonds panafricain qui veut vraiment que les fonds, qu'on puisse lever des fonds sur le continent elle-même qui peut être réinjectés dans le secteur culturel et créatif africain. Donc ça, c'était une façon un peu d'introduire le fonds, le ACF, pour que vous compreniez toute la philosophie qui est derrière jusqu'à sa naissance. Donc, la vision vraiment, c'est d'assurer la prospérité du secteur culturel et créatif africain, mais aussi susciter de nouveaux récits, en fait, et des changements sociaux positifs en Afrique et pour l'émergence des projets culturels et créatifs. Donc, vraiment, il y a une notion de susciter de nouveaux récits parce que nous trouvons que notre histoire est toujours écrits et narrés par d'autres personnes, mais donc c'est vraiment de pouvoir susciter cela dans le secteur culturel, mais surtout professionnaliser le secteur culturel et créatif africain pour qu'elle puisse contribuer à améliorer la qualité de la production et de la création artistique sur le continent. Donc voilà un peu en termes de vision ce que le fonds recherche. Alors en termes d'objectifs, on peut dire que, comme je l'ai dit, c'est la professionnalisation effectivement du secteur, contribuer au développement des compétences et mobiliser les fonds pour la structuration et la professionnalisation du secteur culturel africain. Donc, cette notion de structuration, elle est très importante pour nous parce qu'on a des fonds qui vont vraiment appuyer cela, essayer d'appuyer cela pour que les organisations culturelles soient de plus en plus structurées. Alors nous, les groupes cibles, on peut dire en termes de groupes cibles, les gens, c'est vraiment l'ensemble du secteur créatif et culturel africain, que ce soit les individus ayant des vocations artistiques, les promoteurs d'organisations culturelles, les artistes professionnels, les entreprises, les experts, en tout cas des dispositifs, un nombre de dispositifs pour les organisations culturelles et créatives sur le continent. Donc, nous avons spécifiquement 4 grands domaines d'intervention, si on peut le dire comme ça. Alors, dans les 4 grands domaines d'intervention, on a d'abord la première qui est le développement des compétences, c'est-à-dire l'éducation culturelle, la formation, le renforcement des capacités, surtout pour les acteurs. Appuyer aussi la création et la production artistique pour qu'elle soit réellement de qualité et qu'elle puisse être compétitive pour les marchés. Mais surtout, surtout, travailler à l'entrepreneuriat culturel africain, susciter l'esprit entrepreneurial dans le secteur culturel africain et bien évidemment faciliter l'accès au marché. Ça, c'est les 4 grands domaines d'intervention pour ce fonds. Alors, le fonds chez nous, il couvre l'ensemble du continent africain, c'est-à-dire les 52 États, les 5 régions de l'Afrique, mais aussi la diaspora africaine, parce que la diaspora africaine elle est assez mobilisée par rapport au fonds africain. Donc, en termes d'instances de fonctionnement, nous avons une répartition qui respecte un peu les instances du conseil d'administration où nous retrouvons des personnalités de l'ensemble des régions du continent. Mais aussi, nous avons mis en place, peut-être plus tard je vais le développer en termes de mécanismes de philanthropie, on a des ambassadeurs du fonds, on a des points focaux, mais aussi, bon, des membres de jury avec que nous montons plus précisément selon les appels, selon une méthodologie propre à nous. Donc, son principe de fonctionnement est qu'il concerne l'ensemble également des bénéficiaires du continent. Donc, le fonds est administré par un conseil d'administration, comme je viens de l'introduire. Et aussi, il y a un bureau exécutif dont moi je dirige présentement, qui est la direction exécutive. Et aussi, il y a ce que nous appelons l'exéco, c'est-à-dire le bureau exécutif du conseil d'administration, qui elle aussi qui est composé d'un président et d'un conseiller qui suivent le travail périodiquement avec nous. Donc, nous avons un code de gouvernance vraiment strict sur la transparence, la démocratie et surtout l'équité, parce que, comme vous le savez, c'est des ressources mobilisées auprès du secteur privé, auprès des philanthropes. Donc, en retour, il faut que nous ayons une gouvernance assez crédible qui peut permettre de continuer à lever des fonds, à mobiliser quand même les philanthropes sur le continent et ailleurs. Donc, en termes de sélection de membres de jury, en termes d'exemple par rapport à notre mécanisme, en fait, nous sélectionnons les jurys en fonction des appels à candidature. Et donc, la sélection se fait de sorte qu'on ait par région souvent des représentants des personnes ressources pour chaque région qui y sont, et qui sont des personnes indépendantes, impartiales et qui sont reconnues un peu pour leur intégrité dans le secteur. Mais surtout, c'est des personnes que nous choisissons de sorte que et pour chaque appel, chacun de travaille sur les appels et sans qu'il ne sache qui constitue au moment que nous les contractons. Au moment précis, personne ne sait qui sont les membres du jury. Donc, le jury ne se reconnaît que lorsque nous avons reçu les résultats de chacun des membres du jury et que nous faisons une consolidation. Et à la suite de cette consolidation, nous programmons une journée plénière au cours de laquelle le jury se découvre en ce moment, les membres du jury se découvrent en ce moment, et c'est là que sur cette base que les projets sont sélectionnés. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, c'est l'ensemble des disciplines hein, du secteur, que ce soit les arts visuels, les arts de la chaîne, la structuration, l'inclusivité, le leadership féminin. Je vais présenter quelques projets dont vous allez un peu comprendre plus tard. Alors, ce qui est important pour nous de la philosophie et du fond, au départ, comme je l'ai dit, c'est une initiative des artistes et des acteurs culturels. Donc, le fonds s'est donné comme principe fondateur de fonctionnement en termes de mobilisation des ressources, faire de sorte que nous ayons un pourcentage 50-50 entre les ressources, au minimum un pourcentage, essayer d'aller sur la base d'un pourcentage minimum de 50-50, en termes de nombre de ressources que nous levons sur le continent, nous faisons de sorte que nous ne levons pas plus hors du continent. C'est-à-dire quoi? C'est pour essayer de tenir un certain équilibre par rapport à la pérennité du fonds. Parce que nous voulons que le maximum de ressources soient endogènes, viennent du continent et que les acteurs même du continent, les entreprises privées du continent, les philanthropes du continent soient vraiment incités à être les premiers donateurs au niveau de ce fonds. Donc, nous essayons de fonctionner avec ce principe. Alors, je donne un exemple tout simplement. Si nous arrivons à lever 1 million de dollars sur le continent, nous préférons ne pas dépasser, avoir 1 million de dollars en dehors du continent. Donc, ce qui fait que pour avoir un certain équilibre de pérennité et d'indépendance dans la durée pour la vie du fonds. Donc, nous pouvons remarquer que parmi le temps d'années de vie du fonds, nous avons pu essayer quand même de maintenir cette philosophie à un niveau presque très équilibré. Nous sommes à un niveau moyen de 46% de fonds mobilisés sur le continent contre 54% en dehors du fond du continent. Donc, en termes de ressources, d'emploi, surtout des ressources, nous c'est de faire de sorte que au moins nous injectons 70% des ressources, au moins 70%, 75% des ressources soient injectées directement aux bénéficiaires du fonds, c'est-à-dire aux projets soutenus, autres. Donc, les ressources que nous mobilisons, minimalement, au moins 70% doivent aller aux acteurs, aux entreprises culturelles, aux acteurs sur le continent. Donc, ça, c'est des niveaux d'équilibre que nous essayons de maintenir pour la crédibilité et la durabilité du fonds. Alors, nous pouvons dire aussi que par rapport, pour donner quelques chiffres, trucs, nous avons à ce jour de sa création à aujourd'hui, le fonds a pu vraiment financer sur les 5 premières années 500 projets à hauteur d'environ 5 millions de dollars qui a été injecté pour au moins donc nous avons financé des projets dans 45 pays du continent, 45 pays du continent sur les 52 et 10 de la diaspora. Donc nous faisons de sorte que la diaspora soit suffisamment aussi impliquée dans la vie culturelle du continent. Donc pour cela, en termes de trucs aussi, en termes d'appels, pour montrer l'un de nos derniers appels, qui est par exemple l'appel 11, nous avons reçu, par exemple, en termes de candidature, pour montrer que aujourd'hui le fonds vraiment est vraiment très sollicité sur le continent. Et pour un seul appel, nous avons reçu environ 1500 candidatures. C'est-à-dire, donc la demande est vraiment forte. Et environ 900 candidatures des pays francophones et 800 candidatures environ des pays anglophones. Donc, ce qui fait que le fonds, il est un peu reconnu et sollicité presque dans l'ensemble des pays du continent. Donc, ça, c'était pour nous une gage quand même de réussite importante. Donc, je voudrais parler de quelques projets phares parce que nous avons beaucoup travaillé. Parce que quand le fonds a été lancé en 2018, elle a démarré un peu déjà ses activités en 2019 et alors la crise du Covid est apparue. Donc, quand la crise du Covid est apparue, vous savez, la crise du Covid ça a été une rupture tellement forte, brusque, et que le fonds a imaginé un certain nombre de produits, tels que le SOFACO, le Fonds de solidarité pour les artistes et les organisations culturelles, et le FUSA qui est le Fonds d'urgence pour les artistes. Alors, le SOFACO a permis de financer, en fait, d'apporter une réponse immédiate à la situation par rapport à la COVID. Elle a permis de mettre à la disposition un financement rapide, accessible pour les organisations culturelles pour essayer d'atténuer, en fait, la rupture brutale que le COVID a eu à créer. Donc, cela vraiment a permis d'être reconnu et fait comme l'un des projets quand même exemplaires par l'UNESCO, une réponse qui a été l'une des meilleures réponses quand même reconnues par l'UNESCO et félicitée par l'UNESCO. Et le FUSA, qui est un fonds vraiment, une action locale que nous avons fait, du moins sur notre fonds national, qui a permis d'attribuer en fait une année de salaire, en fait, une année de salaire pendant cette période de crise et tout, une année de salaire pour les artistes. C'était pourquoi, et c'était pour soutenir les artistes vraiment en difficulté, en totale difficulté, et dans des situations précaires, c'était de les soutenir avec un financement au minimum sur une année qui leur permettait de disposer d'un minimum de salaire sur une année pour les permettre de continuer à créer et à produire, pour pouvoir se replacer dans le dispositif de la création et de la production, pour ne pas que les activités s'éteignent, pour ne pas qu'eux-mêmes ils aillent dans la dépression. Donc, c'était vraiment une façon de les soutenir et de les accompagner. Donc, ça, c'était deux projets dont je voulais beaucoup parler. Nous avons aussi, dans le cadre de notre programme de renforcement et de capacité, comme je l'ai dit, parce que nous avons ce programme, on a lancé depuis 2021 le programme ACF Academy, qui est un programme d'accompagnement des projets culturels que nous essayons, que nous avons en partenariat avec un institut de management culturel sur le continent qu'on appelle ICAM, Institut Coréen des Arts et Métiers, donc qui permet réellement d'accompagner les acteurs culturels dans la mise en œuvre de leurs projets, mais aussi dans leur préparation en tant que manager et pour diriger leurs projets. Mais aussi, nous avons des séances spécifiques telles que sur l'art plastique ou sur d'autres domaines spécifiques qui permettent d'accompagner surtout parce que nous avons compris à un certain moment qu'il ne suffit pas seulement de donner de la subvention aux acteurs culturels ou aux artistes, mais il faut avoir un programme d'accompagnement avec les soutenir, les renforcer, les coacher, avoir des mentors pour eux qui peuvent les guider, qui peuvent les permettre. Ils sont des personnes réellement de ressources reconnues. Et donc, nous organisons souvent des camps de training, des camps de temps, pour mettre vraiment, faire de l'incubation pour ces artistes et ces entrepreneurs culturels. Donc, à partir de là, nous avons mis en place un programme spécifique qu'on appelle le programme Léo, Leadership for Employment for the Women. C'est vraiment pour un programme qui accompagne les jeunes entrepreneurs culturels sur le continent et qui leur permet de les aider dans le leadership, effectivement, les accompagner par rapport à leur leadership, mais aussi créer plus pour l'emploi, l'autonomisation aussi de ces jeunes filles. Donc, c'est un programme à double dispositif qui, à la fois, renforce leurs capacités, mais aussi qui peuvent bénéficier d'une bourse leur permettant vraiment de lancer leurs projets et pendant l'incubation on a pu prototyper et tout avec eux, mais aussi pour ceux qui sont déjà avancés, leur permettre de structurer davantage leurs projets pour qu'ils puissent avancer. Donc ça, c'est vraiment un programme spécifique par rapport aux femmes et aux jeunes filles. Donc par rapport à notre troisième axe, dont je vais essayer d'aller vite et m'arrêter là, et ça, c'est ce que nous faisons, que nous appelons les tables rondes, que nous organisons dans plusieurs grandes rencontres. Et la semaine passée, je viens juste de rentrer de l'Algérie par rapport au CANEX, qui est la plateforme, l'une des grandes plateformes pour les ICC sur le continent, organisée par Afrique Bank, qui est l'une des grandes organisations bancaires aujourd'hui sur le continent africain qui injecte beaucoup dans le secteur des ICC, le secteur créatif. Et pour la bonne nouvelle, elle annonce pour les 3 prochaines années d'investir dans le secteur des créatifs 2 milliards de dollars dans le secteur créatif africain. Ça, c'est une bonne nouvelle que nous avons tous appréciée. Et cela démontre un peu de la dynamique aussi de ce secteur, du secteur créatif sur le continent aujourd'hui. Donc, nous avons ce plaidoyer que nous faisons. Et lors de ce CANEX, nous avons effectivement organisé une table ronde sur les mécanismes innovants et créatifs voilà, pour la résilience et le financement du secteur des ICC sur le continent. Donc, nous avons eu à organiser plusieurs tables rondes comme ça dans toutes les régions du continent pour essayer, en marge des grands événements comme le Massa, le marché des arts du spectacle africain, comme le Dakar, à Dakar, le marché de l'art plastique, sur tous les grands marchés ou les grandes rencontres, nous sommes là pour aussi faire du plaidoyer, pour faire connaître le fonds. Il faut pousser les entreprises du continent, les philanthropes, les artistes du continent à injecter, à essayer d'accompagner le fonds. Donc, pour cela, et pour terminer là, pour revenir à la nomenclature des dispositifs que nous avons en termes de mobilisation des ressources, je vous ai dit que le fonds lui-même est né comment? Par l'initiative des artistes et des acteurs culturels. Et nous avons tout d'abord eu les artistes plasticiens du continent, les grands artistes, que je remercie là, qu'on appelle les artistes donateurs, qui ont bien voulu donner des œuvres artistiques. Et nous avons vraiment un certain nombre d'artistes aujourd'hui et plusieurs artistes qui continuent à donner des œuvres. Nous avons une réserve d'œuvres qui existe toujours, qui est là. Et nous organisons des expositions pour vendre ces œuvres et aussi, ceci vient de la contribution du fonds, des ressources mobilisées sur le fonds. Et en début de mois prochain, nous serons à Dakar, le marché de l'art plastique pour notre nouvelle exposition, présenter notre collection que nous espérons pouvoir faire assez de ventes pour pouvoir encore financer le secteur culturel. Donc, nous avons le mécanisme des artistes donateurs pour la mobilisation des œuvres qui permet de financer. Nous avons aussi le cycle des ambassadeurs que nous avons mis en place. Et ces ambassadeurs, c'est généralement des personnes et ressources que nous essayons d'identifier, des grands entrepreneurs du continent, et des grandes personnalités du continent, qui soit la voix porte, ou soit qui sont des grands entrepreneurs qui, à la fois, sont des philanthropes. Donc, ou soit qui peuvent faire de sorte que nous puissions accéder à d'autres entrepreneurs, grands entrepreneurs du continent, ou grandes, en tout cas, fondations du continent qui peuvent soutenir réellement le fonds et financer. Donc, nous avons ce mécanisme. On a aussi le mécanisme des points focaux, et qui sont des points dans toutes les régions, et qui sont nos relais, et qui travaillent tous les jours auprès des artistes, auprès des organisations, auprès des trucs, pour essayer de mobiliser le maximum de ressources sur le continent. Donc, la philosophie du Fonds africain pour la culture, c'est une philosophie panafricaine qui veut de sorte qu'elle mobilise le maximum de ressources possibles sur le continent. Donc, vraiment développer une vraie philanthropie locale endogène sur le continent pour réinjecter dans le secteur culturel et créatif africain. Donc, je vous remercie là. Je vais m'arrêter là entre-temps. Dans les questions-réponses, on pourra davantage en développer.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. That was comprehensive. And unfortunately, you've answered most of the questions I was going to ask. You. Before we move forward, I do want to recognize, Saida, if you could just switch back to the French channel momentarily. A board member from the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance who had joined us, Dr. Rosalie Hamilton, as well as Dr. Ayoka Wiles from the Open Society Foundations, one of our donors and a leading arts philanthropist herself who had joined us. I'm very pleased to have you both with us. I want to go back a little bit to Mohammed. Thank you again. I think you've both given me inspiration and a challenge. So thank you for the practical suggestions on ways that the African Culture Fund is working that I think the Caribbean Culture Fund can certainly try to emulate. But the challenge for me, I think, is where you began, which is the idea that the African Culture Fund, the philanthropy is driven by creatives, by representatives of the arts and culture sector in Africa. And I think that is a point that is so worth applauding and worth unpacking to figure out how you drove that and sustained it. So in addition to the donation of artwork that you mentioned, so one model is that artists donate work that you then sell in the regional or international art markets, and you have those funds to then use to support the work of up and coming creatives. Can you give us some examples of other ways in which African creatives are being able to support the African Culture Fund?
Oui, en fait, aujourd'hui, nous travaillons beaucoup. Aujourd'hui, nous avons identifié le secteur culturel qui marche le plus au niveau du Fonds africain pour le moment, c'est l'art plastique, la donation des arts plastiques. Mais nous avons approché de grands artistes musiciens qui ont aujourd'hui accepté d'être des ambassadeurs, qui sont en train de travailler avec nous, par exemple, surtout dans la musique. Nous avons, par exemple, Tidiane Seck du Mali, qui est un grand artiste. Nous approchons quelqu'un comme Salif Keita du Mali aussi, Youssou N'Dour également, que nous démarchons pour voir avec eux et partager avec eux l'exemple des artistes de l'art plastique qui réellement, malgré que c'est l'art plastique, mais les ressources mobilisées sont données à l'ensemble du secteur. Donc, voir comment avec eux nous pouvons avoir organisé, par exemple, des concerts gratuits dont les fonds peuvent aller automatiquement au fonds africain ou avoir des dîners quand même de collecte de fonds où ils peuvent être là pour faire des appels pour nous. Donc ça, c'est vraiment la nouvelle stratégie que nous sommes en train de développer, que nous souhaitons vraiment mettre en œuvre à partir de 2025. Nous y travaillons et peut-être nous prévoyons quand même une soirée de dédicace comme ça, avec soit en Côte d'Ivoire ou soit à Bamako, pour essayer que ces artistes soient présents, même pour quelques chansons ou autres, que nous puissions vraiment remobiliser ces ressources pour le secteur. Ils commencent à accepter parce que nous commençons à voir, nous avons quand même l'aval de deux artistes déjà qui sont prêts à nous accompagner sur ce schéma et nous espérons que d'autres artistes du secteur musical, parce que c'est l'un des secteurs quand même qui est le plus très dynamique aussi sur le continent, le secteur de la musique. Et donc, ce qui fait que c'est vraiment pour nous un grand espoir si cela marche, et tout en espérant que ça peut ouvrir la possibilité à de nouvelles disciplines.
Thank you for that, Mohammed. One of the common threads between your remarks and Christina's presentation is the need to bring non-traditional donors into the philanthropic space. And certainly for us here in the Caribbean, that's very resonant because our philanthropy is quite new. So I'll ask both of you, and here I'm just being completely selfish. What are three things that each of you have seen work in terms of the kind of capacity support that can be offered to new philanthropists, new donors that make bringing them into the sector easier and more impactful? And I'll start with you, Christina, and then I'll go to Mohammed.
So models that I've seen that engage new donors and kind of keep them engaged. Yeah, I think you just you have to know what it is that makes them tick. You have to understand what they're passionate about and kind of where they see themselves fitting in the ecosystem. So before you can even get there, it's kind of back to my point about relationship building. I wanted to, based on what Mohammed said earlier, I love the work that is being led with the African Culture Fund, one of my questions, and this is something that we grapple with a lot in the arts, no matter where, is that there's a delicate balance in ensuring that we're harnessing the collective power of artists and creatives versus having them give their services or work for free, because then that further challenges the philanthropic sector for not seeing the value that they have if they don't come to the table with giving it away first, right? Like there's like this delicate balance, right, where artists are consistently invited to the table because it's opportunities for them. And I'm not speaking specifically about what Mohammed's doing with the Culture Fund, because that sounds like it's working in a very distinct and strategic way. I'm talking about kind of in many other instances, when we invite artists to the table, we expect them to come to the table where they're all, for free, and we're doing them a solid because now we're giving them exposure. Somehow we're giving them amazing exposure, and they should just be so grateful. And I think we really have to shift our mindset the same way that we would never go to the dentist and be like, why can't you just do this filling for free? I don't understand why you can't just do it for free. I'm going to expose you to all my friends, right? Like there is such value in that craft. So that was a thought that I wanted to bring forward. But I do think understanding exactly where the person that you're engaging with sees themselves as a change agent, and then showing them the model that helps them to see that impact. That's what I've used in all of my successful funding relationships, just making sure that they're aligned.
Thank you, Christina. And then Mohammed, I'd like to ask you the same question. What have you seen work in terms of onboarding new donors to the sector? And if you'd also like to respond to Christina's question about how you walk that line between showing that you value the work of the creative while also using the donations of creatives to drive the fundraising, we can take that answer as well.
Oui. Oui, bien sûr. Merci beaucoup pour ces questions. Alors, OK. Donc, c'est là où c'est en fait ce que nous faisons pour un peu truc. C'est vrai que nous avons des artistes donateurs. Ce n'est pas qu'ils nous donnent uniquement des œuvres gratuitement et que nous restons là. En fait, nous essayons aussi de valoriser le travail de ces artistes. Nous essayons de les faire connaître, de les reconnaître, d'avoir une certaine reconnaissance pour eux, de les relever aussi sur les grandes places, et ils sont reconnus à travers nos plateformes partout où nous passons. Et ce que nous faisons annuellement, que ce soit pour les artistes donateurs, les ambassadeurs, comme d'autres philanthropes, nous avons notre dîner annuel, gala annuel de reconnaissance et de remise souvent de trophées de reconnaissance à ces artistes, à ces ambassadeurs, à ces philanthropes, pour les reconnaître, pour les rehausser, pour tout ce qu'ils font pour le continent, et pour qu'on puisse vraiment les reconnaître. Donc, je pense que l'un des plaisirs pour les artistes aussi, c'est surtout cette reconnaissance, parce que généralement, ce truc cette donation a commencé avec de grands artistes, avec la philosophie que des grands artistes donnent des œuvres pour aider à des jeunes artistes, à financer des jeunes artistes, pour qu'ils puissent se relever, donc pour assurer la continuité. Donc, c'est toute cette philosophie qui accompagne, donc ce qui fait que ils ne le voient pas comme s'ils donnaient quelque chose gratuitement, mais ils voient qu'ils font quelque chose qui a vraiment d'ordre social utile pour le secteur créatif africain. Donc, c'est avec beaucoup de joie et de reconnaissance qu'ils le font la plupart du temps.
That's helpful. Thank you for that, because that makes a lot of sense when you talk about artists that are a certain caliber of artist, and so they see the value and the importance of donating and giving back in order to raise up the others. And I think that's an important thing to model for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And that brings me to the question of storytelling that I was going to get to next, actually. So one of the challenges of Caribbean philanthropy is that the sector often goes in the direction that the wind is blowing with the large international development. partners, and for whatever reason, arts and culture is not always at the top of that list. So for many valid reasons. So for this year, for example, many of the conversations around philanthropy are centered on climate change. What can artists and culture workers do better to underscore both the value of supporting arts and culture and the potential for arts and culture to address many of the other challenges that the Caribbean is facing?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I see that a lot too, even with, I think data again is important. Like I put in a bunch of links in the chat just for folks to copy and paste and take a look at those when they have time. The data is important because you can ignore data, but you can't argue with the facts. You can ignore them, but if they're there, they also help. I think being very specific and precise, because a lot of folks that work thinking about kind of global hunger or climate change, when I worked in government for almost 8 years, you just glaze over, you see the eyes glazing over when you say the word culture or arts, right? Because they think about it as a nicety, not a necessity. And so by being very specific about, no, I'll give you an example. In Connecticut, there's an organization, another one that you guys can take a look at, called Land Art Generator Initiative. What they do is they deploy placemaking strategies, do a global design contests to design solutions around kind of putting power back on the grid. So it's public art and clean energy. And so I was able to say to them, here's an example of something that we can actually deploy that brings the artists together, the cultural leaders together, designers together, the engineers together. And we do this global contest to turn this white water, this river shed, into a place that will now put X amount of power back on the grid. Thereby, like, we just have to be specific, because if we just say arts and culture is a meaningful tool to change, what does that even mean to folks that aren't meeting us where we are at? So I would just say clarity and specific examples is always helpful.
Thank you, Christina. Mohammed, would you like to respond to that question?
Oui, bon, je vais juste ajouter, je ne vais pas être long parce que je pense c'est vrai, le secteur culturel, on a tendance à la mettre à côté dans tous les débats, mais je pense que c'est à elle-même de s'approprier parce qu'elle est tellement transversale. Et quelle qu'en soit la thématique, les artistes ont quelque chose à dire, ont quelque chose à prouver, que ce soit de façon artistique ou quand on prend le thème du climat qui se passe, mais les artistes peuvent tellement l'exprimer par des actes artistiques, culturels et tout. Donc, ce qui fait que je pense que ce que je conseillerais, c'est et que nous avons l'habitude de conseiller, c'est qu'il faut que nous-mêmes, du secteur culturel et artistique, nous nous approprions très généralement de ces choses pour montrer réellement notre présence de ces différentes thématiques, pour qu'on puisse réellement, l'art et la culture puissent trouver sa place au sein de toute cette dynamique, parce qu'elle est tellement transversale qu'elle touche à tout. Toutes les problématiques qu'elle touche, elle a quelque chose à dire, elle a quelque chose à faire. Donc c'est à nous de ne pas être à côté, de nous battre à ce que nous ayons un retour, nous montrons nos présences, nous nous accaparons des sujets et que nous ne soyons pas l'enfant mis de côté. Et comme je le dis, je rappelle aujourd'hui, c'est vrai, c'est très difficile. Nous, par exemple, le financement public sur le continent africain est tellement mince. Et vous savez, au niveau de l'Union africaine, d'un certain programme, ils ont lancé le plaidoyer 1%, le minimum de 1% des budgets des États, que ça soit investi dans la culture. Et les pays ont du mal à mettre cela en œuvre. Donc, il y a tout un plaidoyer autour de cela. C'est important à savoir. Et ça, il faut savoir aussi que nos États en Afrique font face à beaucoup de crises, que ce soit des crises sécuritaires et sanitaires. Donc, ils ont du mal à se préoccuper de ces trucs. Donc, c'est pourquoi nous pensons que dans le secteur culturel, nous devons être davantage plus dynamiques, parce que nous sommes très vite oubliés. Donc, il faut que nous tapons toujours sur la table pour montrer que nous sommes là. Nous faisons du bruit, comme on aime le dire. Make noise. faisons beaucoup de bruit pour qu'on sache que nous sommes là et que nous devons, on doit nous soutenir et que nous, à la fois, nous soutenons tous les secteurs. Merci bien.
Thank you for that, Mohammed. I agree with you. We have to make a lot of noise. I have one question for each of the panelists left, but I would encourage anyone in the audience who would like to ask a question to please put it in the Q&A so that we can take it before we do the final wrap up. And while they think about their questions, Christina, I will go to you next. I don't want to misparaphrase you, but I believe that you said that digital fundraising is the future for the Caribbean. So for those of us who are new to the fundraising sector, or perhaps for people who are still on the bubble thinking about whether or not they would like to formalize their philanthropic giving, what are the 3 key things that you think we need to know right now about digital fundraising?
So I don't think it's the only model, but I do think it is a model of real opportunity. And so I think that first, doing some research on the kind of platform that you'd like to use to tell your story, because they're so varied, right? And they're not all the same. So really figuring out the kind of story that you're telling in order to raise the money and raise visibility. So taking the time to understand the difference between a Kickstarter and a Patreon, or whatever other fundraising model. I think collaborating with people to have a really sharp message and narrative, both visual and text, that you're sharing, so that clarity of message is going to connect quickly. No one has time to watch like a 10-minute video, right? If this thing isn't 60 seconds, if you can't tell me maybe I'll give you 120 seconds. But if you can't tell me in 120 seconds, I'm gone, because I don't have time. So really getting there quickly and being not afraid to be punchy and bold, but also just really leaning, whatever the personality, whatever it is, being that. So I think the research, telling a crisp and having a clear message. And then the third thing is thinking about the distribution, because again, as I said earlier, you can't just build it and they will come. Outside of the platform itself, start thinking about like, what is your network and what is that network of networks? And so how are you going to build awareness to drive engagement? And listen, people love a thing. They love a thing. Right now, we had thousands of these artist design totes made for our centennial at WNYC. People are paying $100. They're becoming sustaining members. And when they become a sustaining member at X amount a month, they get this tote bag. I mean, people do love a thing. So like artist created pieces, things like that. People just want to have access to your sticker, your t-shirt, your hat. People really love feeling like they're getting something tangible while they're also supporting a larger effort. So those things come to mind.
Well, thank you for that. If I can combine that with what Mohammed said earlier, I think one of the keys is make noise, talk fast. So maybe we need to put that on a t-shirt, Christine. Mohammed, I'll go to you. And again, because the CCF sees so much inspiration in the African Culture Fund, one of our big challenges is making sure that we behave in a way that's equitable, right? So we have so many different countries, different language groups, different sectors in the arts that we're trying to respond to, but yet there isn't clear information about what funding is available to whom. So what has the African Culture Fund done to try to maintain a spirit of equity while you gather that data to drive more informed giving? How have you managed the fund across these different geographies, these different sectors, in a way that the collective arts and culture community can believe in the message?
Alors, merci beaucoup pour cette question, Kelly. Et ça reste pour nous toujours un grand défi aussi sur le continent. Et alors, nous, en termes, c'est vrai que l'African Cultural Fund est né aussi. Et l'idée est venue quand M. Mahmoud Daffé, le président du Fonds africain pour la culture, il était aussi le président du réseau Arterial Network, c'est-à-dire le réseau des acteurs culturels et organisations culturelles du continent. Donc, à la base, le Fonds africain avait déjà une connexion continentale des acteurs. Donc, parce que l'idée est née de ces acteurs culturels que lui, il a vraiment promu et qu'il a voulu, qu'il a soutenu. Donc, il y avait les racines qui étaient déjà là. Donc, il y a les représentations sous-régionaux, il y a les représentations par pays et tout qui existaient. Donc, le fonds a eu une bonne base de départ pour avoir une connexion, en fait, très, très, très large. Donc, qui a permis de faire connaître le fonds depuis le départ. Alors, le Fonds africain lui-même a continué avec cette base en créant des points focaux et autres, comme je l'ai dit, dans tous les pays, en termes de zones géographiques, en termes de langue surtout, parce que nous avons plus le français et l'anglais qui est parlé sur le continent, mais nous avons aussi le portugais et l'espagnol qui sont un peu parlés. Donc, mais tous ces pays se retrouvent, tous ces pays, comme je l'ai dit, nous sommes arrivés à financer des projets dans 45 pays sur les 52 et 10 de la diaspora. Donc ça, c'est vraiment une très forte mode. Mais la vraie difficulté reste pour nous toujours et l'équilibre, le maximum d'équilibre possible entre les projets soutenus dans les pays francophones et les projets soutenus dans les pays anglophones. On a juste un peu d'écart, mais nous essayons de redresser toujours la barre parce que nous utilisons aussi, depuis le Fonds africain, depuis les premiers appels, depuis les premiers les lauréats, nous avons continué à garder la connexion avec eux. Et les lauréats au fur et à mesure deviennent comme des ambassadeurs du fonds parce qu'on les utilise comme des relais. Ils parlent, ils sont toujours en connexion avec nous parce que nous, chaque semaine, nous avons des rencontres visuelles de suivi avec les lauréats, les bénéficiaires du fonds depuis sa création jusqu'à maintenant. Donc, on continue toujours d'échanger avec les bénéficiaires qui deviennent vraiment nos relais dans les différents pays. Donc, ce qui fait que le fonds, davantage dans le milieu culturel, ça, on en parle. Et quand il y a des appels, c'est eux qu'on sollicite, on les met devant pour en parler à d'autres personnes, pour inciter d'autres à postuler sur les appels. Donc, ce qui fait que nous nous retrouvons vraiment souvent à 1500 candidatures bon, pour peut-être une centaine de projets d'élection, mais quand même, on sent qu'il y a de l'envie, les gens ont l'information, donc nous continuons comme ça. Mais nous avons quand même le défi entre anglophones et francophones à lever. Il y a un peu d'écart, il y a tout le monde, mais il y a un peu d'écart toujours qu'il faut corriger. Et nous, c'est le défi vraiment pour nous.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. We're right there with you. Those are very much the challenges we face, and we're taking similar approaches to try to address them. I'm going to take some of the questions from the audience. We have a question about how to contact the speakers. We will be circulating a link to the recording and the presentations from the speakers, which will include their contact information. So you can look out for that. What are the ways to get in touch with the Caribbean Culture Fund? We are reachable at info@caribbeanculturefund.org, or you can just go onto our website and type a message in the chat or contact us through any of our social media channels. And then we have a message here from Buds and Brushes JA, which says, thank you for hosting this incredible Philanthropy in Action Week. As an event that Carifil has generously supported, I wanted to take a moment to say thank you out loud for your continuous support. To the speakers, thank you for sharing your insights and ideas. I'd also love to take this opportunity to introduce Buds and Brushes JA, an initiative that blends art, music, and wellness to uplift communities. Over the years, we've proudly showcased the talents of nearly 300 incredible artists, musicians, and wellness facilitators from around the world. Through their contributions, we've been able to give back to various charities across Jamaica, including causes supporting mental health, children, and social development. Mel, congratulations to you. That sounds like amazing work. And thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today. Before we close, I'd like to thank again Anthea McLaughlin and the entire Carifil team. This series of webinars that they are hosting this week may seem seamless, but it has taken a lot of work. And Anthea, I hope I'm not telling your business out of school, but Carifil is a very small but resilient and hardworking organization. And so they punch above their weight class. This forum and the other ones that are happening this week are important conversations in the Caribbean philanthropy space, and I urge you to participate in as many of them as you can. To Mohammed and Christina, I cannot thank you enough for your time here this afternoon. I hope we have shared valuable insights for the audience, but if I can be selfish enough to say that this was both educational and inspirational for me. As I said, I'm new in the seat to the CCF, and so much of what we are trying to do is to learn from partners, organizations that are similar to ours in this space so that we can make the right decisions as we grow. I'm very grateful to the two of you for sharing your time with us this afternoon. This is just one of a series of events that the Caribbean Culture Fund will be doing in partnership with CARIFIL over the next year or so. As a new entity in the Caribbean cultural funding space, we recognize that the funds that we are able to disperse are just a small part of the value that we will be able to provide. And much of that additional value will come from collating information about what's happening in the sector and sharing it with a wider cross-section of creatives and cultural organizations, and supporting and amplifying the work of other partners in the space who are working on other aspects of the ecosystem, the larger creative and cultural ecosystem that we need to thrive. And so we are very grateful when we come across organizations that are willing to support, willing to work with us, willing to support work that's already existing and helping us to build a stronger arts and culture sector. I'm going to be selfish again and put in a plug. The CCF second call closes on Thursday of this week. You can find details at CaribbeanCultureFund.org, and please follow us on our socials where we will be announcing new funding opportunities from ourselves and from other donors in the sector. Picking up on one of the things that was raised in the discussion, we are actually compiling a database of Caribbean arts and culture funding opportunities in parallel with CARIFIL, and that information will be available through our website. So please follow us on all social media channels and check our website regularly for events like this and other funding opportunities. Thank you again for your time and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Merci beaucoup.
Yes.
Merci bien.